Madam President, we are ready.
I, Zenaida Rosario, President of the Governing Board, call the December 11th, 2025 Organizational Board meeting of the San Ysidro School District to order at 5:01. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset. And Pablo is here this evening. Thank you, Pablo. Now, I will now conduct the roll call for attendance. Our acting superintendent, Mr. Bojorquez, will do the roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Ms. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Ms. Kenia Peraza.
Present.
Ms. Martina Arias is absent.
Number 3, the agenda. I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Antonio Martinez. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
President, I move to amend the agenda to order item 16.9, first interim financial report of 2025 to 2026, to be heard before item in the agenda 16.5, AB 1200, and the collective bargaining tentative agreement with the San Ysidro Education Association. Because the first interim establishes our financial conditions for the current and next 2 years, and because item 16.5 includes ongoing fiscal commitments, and it is important that the board reviews the financial report prior considering the agreement, so we can make a fully informed decision. So I guess what I'm saying is to first hear the financial report after approving 16.5 collective bargaining agreement.
So Trustee Peraza has made an amendment to your current motion. She would need a second in order for it to continue and be voted on.
Is there a second? Guys, do I have,
We have a motion and a second regarding the approving the agenda now. Now we can vote on it.
now we can vote aye?
Aye.
Aye. No. 3-0 and 3-1. Now I will lead us in the flag salute. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart, ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we begin public comment on the board organization, I would like to remind everyone the following, that we do encourage all participants to share constructive ideas, perspectives, while respecting others' rights to do the same. The board welcomes differing opinions, however, it is essential that all disagreements be expressed in a courteous and meaningful way. Personal attacks or disrespectful behavior towards others will not be tolerated. To maintain a positive environment, all speakers are asked to be courteous, patient, and respectful while others are speaking. Comments should be concise, relevant to the topic, and within the allotted time. Members of the public must be recognized by the board president or chairperson before speaking and may only address the board from the podium, not the audience. Public comments must adhere to Civility Board Policy 1313. which promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct amongst all members of the school community, including employees, board members, contractors, parents, guardians, students, and the public. This policy is not intended to restrict any person's constitutional right to free expression on school grounds or district activities. Uncivil or harassing conduct by any member of the San Ysidro School District community is harmful to the educational environment and will not be permitted. Civil behavior includes politeness, courteous integrity, honesty, timelessness, dependability, adherence to laws and rules, and effective communication. Students, staff, parents, guardians, and the community members are expected to communicate and behave in ways that do not disrupt district operations, hinder learning, or create unsafe environments. And we have one public comment on on the organizational meeting. Pablo Sainz Perez.
Just. As we end the 2025 calendar year, I want to congratulate all board members for doing a great job serving the community, and especially when I recognize my dear friend, Madam President Zenaida Rosario, for all you do for our community. We've been friends for more than 20 years, 22 years, almost 23, and you've always been a positive role model. You were my daughter's teacher. Even though we were living in Chula Vista, we made the commitment to bring Daphne all the way from Chula Vista to your classroom. And it was worth it, because now I see my daughter and she's a reflection of you, of all the values that you instill and you instilled and you continue to instill in our children and our community. And I like to say that you could have been my teacher as well. And that's why I say you're my honorary teacher. And gracias, Zenaida, por todo lo que hace por la comunidad. I know it wasn't an easy year, but you were a great president, and I'm sure that when you received that award, that recognition, we're gonna be celebrating that you were board president for the year 2025. And I hope, I'm hopeful that you're gonna continue serving our community, our students, and always in a positive way. And that I know the only agenda you have is to serve our students and for them to have a better life. That's the only agenda you have. And I didn't prepare anything. I just wanted to speak from my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. It is respectfully suggested now that the governing board temporarily relinquish the chairmanship of the meeting to the acting superintendent until the board elects its president. So the acting superintendent, Mr. Manuel Bojorquez, will now begin the annual board organization.
Thank you, Madam President. Right. 6A, annual election of board president. May I have a motion to elect the board president?
I'd like to make a motion to elect Irene Lopez as our board president.
I second.
I'd like to motion to elect myself as board president. As it sounds.
Ms. Irene Lopez, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
The first one, right?
Yeah, because we didn't get a second for the second nomination. And we vote on it.
Okay. Can I call for the vote?
Aye.
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 Okay, 4-0. Ms. Irene Lopez. Congratulations, Ms. Lopez, as our new board president.
So now, we're on B. Mr. Borges,
No, it's, you would call the motion.
I will do it.
Yeah, so I'll call the motion, Madam President, to nominate Mrs. Zenaida Rosario as board vice president.
I'd like to motion to elect myself as vice president.
Do we have a second for my motion?
I second.
Second for Mrs. Barraza? No? Okay, then we vote on the first one.
In favor, oops, sorry.
I already need to take over.
So you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do accept the nomination of vice president.
Okay. May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. Now C is election of board clerk.
Madam President,
I'd
I'd
like
like to
to
make a
motion
motion
to
to nominate
nominate
Martina
myself.
Arias as board clerk.
And
My
myself
second
to
for Martina Arias.
We have a second for Mr. Arias. We have a second for Mrs. Barraza. Nope. And we vote on Mr. Arias as board clerk. I'll make the motion, Ms. Rosario make the second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 No.
Motion passes.
Yep.
Appointment of D, appointment of board secretary.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to nominate Mr. Bojorquez as our acting board secretary.
I'll second it. May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 4-0.
Motion passes. So you are now secretary of the department from being the interim, Mr.
Let's give
Rogers.
Mr. Bojorquez a round of applause.
Yeah. So we're now on 7, recognition of former board president Zenaida Rosario. And I believe,
Madam President, may I have a couple minutes to
yes.
say something with regards to Ms. Rosario? Let's talk about a year of outstanding achievement under board president Zenaida Rosario. This year, the San Ysidro School District celebrated over 20 major awards, making one of the most successful years in district history. Largest STEM fair in San Diego County with over 2,500 attendees. 5 students advanced to San Diego County Spelling Bee. 100 students, writers, and artists featured in the district anthology. 199 English learners reclassified as SIMS, and 570 district-wide over 3 years, earning the CSBA Golden Bell Award. OVH and BDM named California Purple Star Schools. OVH named a California Honor Roll School. In the area of athletics and student leaderships, playoffs and championships with baseball, volleyball, cross country, and track. OVH Safety Patrol earned its 5th consecutive Southern Division Safety Patrol of the Year. SIM student Justin Patriarca rose to Lieutenant Colonel. Historic Financial and Community Milestones. San Ysidro School District became the only district in California to pass 3 gold bonds in one election, KKLL and MM. Earn an A+ bond transparency rating, clean audits, positive budget certification, and a Moody's A2 bond rating. Continue modernization, new playgrounds, safety fencing, and as board approved, community resource center. Staff and Innovations Awards. District Teacher of the Year, Maricelda Cali from Smythe Elementary. County Classified Employee of the Year, Mr. Terry Williams from Ocean View Hills. By Leadership Champion, Ms. Marta Vasquez from Ocean View Hills. And AXA Special Education Administrator of the Year, Mr. Oscar Madera. Sci-Fi Team won the Inspire Award and AXA State Partners in Education Award. Superintendent Potter and San Ysidro School District earned the 2025 Innovative Superintendent Award. And Ms. Rosario was elected to the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly, elevating San Ysidro School District at the state level. Thanks to President Rosario leadership, San Ysidro School District continues to rise academically, financially, and as a united community dedicated to student success. Today, we thank her for her years of service and dedication to our students, family, staff, and community partners. Thank you, Ms. Rosario.
Thank you very much to a community I passionately care and love, have lived in, and will continue to serve in the best way possible for everyone in this community, especially our children.
Senador Rosario, 2025 Governing Board President, in appreciation of your leadership and dedication to the student, staff, and community of the San Ysidro School District. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Esperanza, would you like to join?
Do you want to do it here?
Yes,
So it
let's
looks
do it.
prettier? Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
So now we're on public comments and communications on closed session.
No.
Do we have any? Nope. Okay, so now on number 9, governing board recess to closed session in accordance with section 5490-54.5 regarding 9-1 conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to government code section 54956.9(1), name of case student versus San Ysidro School District. 9.2 is government code section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiations, agency negotiations, district legal counsel Joseph Sanchez, and director of human resources Efrain Burciaga, employee organization San Ysidro Educational Associations, CTA, and California Schools Employees Association, Chapter 155, and also unrepresentative other administrative, certified management, classified management, and confidential. 9.3 is government code section 954957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release assignment. 9.4, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, Number of cases, 3.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess to close session at 5:21 PM.
I second.
Take a vote.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Passes 4-0. And we are now heading, now we'll go into closed session.
Pass her the gavel.
All right.
There we go.
Madam President, for your lunch.
Good evening. We are back from closed session at 6:30, and
We do have one item to report, Madam.
yes, one item to report, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Board Chair. The board, this is for item 9.1. In closed session, the board approved a settlement agreement in a special education matter. The motion was made by Board Member Martinez, seconded by Board Member Peraza, with 4 votes in favor and 0 votes against. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Please do the roll call for Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Borges, interim acting superintendent.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Nadia Rosario.
Present.
Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Ms. Arlene Lopez.
Present.
Ms. Martina Arias. Collaboration, dedication to student engagement, and meaningful contribution to expanding STEM opportunities throughout our community. This recognition shines a spotlight on the transformative impact of partnerships and the unwavering commitment of educators and community organizations working hand in hand to inspire and uplift students. A huge congratulations to our sci-fi team on this incredible achievement. Following members, can you please join me from Rudy Constantino. Rudy Constantino. Melissa Heismar. Veronica Hernandez. Leticia Lemos. Vanessa Murphy. Juanita Núñez. Allison Ray. Jonathan Richardson. Thelma Sotelo. Janelle White. Eugene Jeffis. Diana Davis. The board, I just want to acknowledge one thing. There was only one award given in the whole state, and it was to our sci-fi team. Congratulations.
Let me do a quick photo. You can get like a little tighter, or like a lot. It's really hard, yeah. Oh, that's good right there. Just a little bit tighter. There you go, okay. 1, 2, one more. Thank you, congratulations.
Yeah, we stay up. We have a second recognition. I'm proud to announce that we have a second recognition. Another one very special, the Golden Bell Award, second award, Golden Bell in 2 years. And let me just read this. Today we get to celebrate something truly extraordinary. Our district has been honored with the California Golden Bell Association highest statewide recognition, the Golden Bell Award. This award presented in the category of community school through partnerships and collaboration at the annual educational conference shines a spotlight on a model where we are incredibly proud of. Rooted in community, rising in unity, a model community schools ecosystem. This is not just a program. It's a living, thriving ecosystem that reflects the very heart of the San Ysidro School District. It shows the power of what can happen when a community comes together for its children and families. For 88 years, we have been building this system, a network of over 40 community partners working side by side to ensure equitable access to food, healthcare, high-quality education, family services, and everything in between. Because when we remove barriers to learning, when we build trust, when we provide tiered, data-driven support, every child and every family has the opportunity to thrive. Our ecosystem bridges education, health, and family services, and is made possible by incredible partners such as the San Ysidro Education Collaborative, the San Ysidro Women's Club, the District Attorney's Restorative Justice Program, the Balboa Park Peace Science Center, the National Guard, the San Diego Padres, our legislative leaders at every level of government, Casa Familiar, Board Review, YMCA, and so many more. At the center of this work, our governing board, whose leadership has been nothing short of transformative. They have championed community partnerships and ensure it's all aligned with a local control and accountability plan. Their vision has shaped a high-impact equity-centered community schools model that lifts up students, strengthens our families, and entices our community. We also want to proudly acknowledge the dedicated team who poured their heart, energy, and countless hours in preparing the Golden Bell application. A sincere thank you to the authors of this nomination letter. And I have a certificate to our board president, Zenaida Rosario. Our superintendent, Gina Potter. Our Coordinator State and Federal Program Language Acquisition, Maria Ani Rodriguez. If you can join us. Our Coordinator of Student Services, Ms. Denise Villescas. And our Coordinator of Pupil Services, Veronica Medina. This award belongs to all of you, educators, staff, partners, and their families, and most importantly, to our students. So let's celebrate this moment. Let's continue the work, and let's move forward rooted in community and rising in unity. Way to go, San Ysidro School District.
I'll talk about this during my chance to speak comments from the board. That bell really rings, so let's ring it loud. This is what Sacramento Street sounded like last week with all the over 70 recipients of this amazing Golden Bell Award. And I just want to thank this team. There was a lot of work put into it. It's not easy to write these grants and these proposals and these award nominations. And it's not just writing, it's really taking a look at that you walk the talk. Walking the talk is very important. You can't just say you're doing this and that. And this is all for our children. Our children benefit. And I just want to highlight, they're all amazing. It's an amazing team, but I want to take advantage in case she leaves early. I want to say that if you all know Veronica, she's a big fan for the Chargers. And even though they moved up to northern, the northern county, LA, she still is a fan, and many of, the players still contribute to helping the kids get things. And I know she was at Walmart on the big night this Monday night when the Chargers won big time. And I wanted to say, she goes above and beyond, and it's all for our kids. And there were more than 100 children who shopped for themselves. And I remember being a little girl and getting a knock on our door and saying, you can go someplace and buy some stuff. I didn't know it was because I was dirt poor, but boy, was I a happy girl to choose, that Cabbage Patch doll, who knows where it's at. But in 2004, when I was named California Teacher of the Year, the Chargers also championed and gave us many grants for some programs. The Moving Kids Through Aerobics, if you guys know me, we did that for years and years, and they gave me a paperweight. And as I was cleaning out things the other day, I said, why do I have it put away? They gave me two, and I want to recognize and give it and pass it down to Veronica so she never forgets that she's always a champion no matter what, and so that you can always remember not only are you a diehard fan, but the Chargers have done so much for this community, and I know they continue to. So congratulations. It's a crystal paperweight and it says Charger Champions, and so I will now like to
I want to say something too. So, I'm sorry. I am a diehard Charger fan, and for the last 20 years that I've been working as a homeless liaison, I remember the first day that I got to meet LT. I took a girl from San Ysidro Middle School. She was selected for the 21 students to go shop with LT. And I remember meeting Mr. Rito, and Mr. Rito was handing out his cards like candy. He's like, for school liaisons, call me. And after that, I kept calling, and we kept taking kids to the Payless to get shoes, and we took kids to the games. And I want to thank the teachers for also volunteering, for being part of it, the staff, everyone. This bell is for everyone. The Pupil Services Department, the Ed Services Department, HR, SPED, the MOUs, all the red tape that goes behind writing, for all of you voting on the MOUs. There's a lot of things that go behind creating an event. MOT for always being there on our special events and taking care of it. Our bus drivers that would take our kids on a Saturday and a Sunday to those games, that would drive us to Operation School Bell.
Well, for uniforms out in Hillcrest, for teachers that would select those students that were in help and need. For years, I've been doing this and I love my work, I really do. And Chargers are donating 35, I just got a call tonight, and they're donating 35 Thanksgiving baskets on Thursday to more families. And we're gonna be there on Monday, early in the morning at Walmart at 7 o'clock, if anybody wants to go. They're also gonna be giving turkeys to our families too, so. And then we have another one on Sunday, if anybody wants to go too, at the fire station here in San Ysidro. 90 of our families are gonna be getting turkeys for dinner, so if you are a teacher, or any staff member, please reach out to me if you need a family that needs help. So this bell is our bell, and we share it together. It's not one person's job, it's everyone's job. Thank you.
Yes, I'll take a group picture. That's amazing. Congratulations. Thank you.
So now we're on 13, public comment communications on open session items. And we have Roxanne Palestino.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Roxanne Palestino. Tonight, I'm here to speak on behalf of many parents who could not be here today, but whose concerns deserve to be heard, especially when it comes to school safety and cameras. One of the biggest concerns parents continue to raise is the need for cameras on our campuses. It's not a new request. This is something parents have been asking for consistently, especially after the alleged sexual assault at Sunset. Our superintendent, Gina Potter, hiding it from parents for 8 months. And we just witnessed another tragic incident at San Ysidro High School where a female student was stabbed, and what helped identify the aggressor? The cameras. Cameras made accountability possible. Cameras helped keep students safe. Yet instead of listening to parents who are asking for safety, we heard board member Antonio Martinez state publicly that 50 parents called him saying that they did not want cameras. Parents took that claim seriously. So we did what parents do. We asked for the facts. Public records request was submitted, and what did it show? Not 50 calls. It showed only 8 calls, and even more concerning, several of those calls were only a few seconds long, some as short as 2 seconds, which does not support the claim that these were meaningful conversations opposing cameras. The statement that 50 parents called was not supported by public records. Meanwhile, parents across the San Ysidro did not just talk. We organized and we gathered 144 signatures from parents who do want cameras on school campuses. These are real parents with real children in this district. So when we compare the facts, not 50 calls opposing cameras, 144 parents signing in support of cameras, parents are not confused and we're not divided. Parents are asking for safety. We're asking this board to listen to the facts, not exaggerations, to listen to parents, not misleading numbers. Our children's safety should never be minimized, misrepresented, or delayed. Parents in San Ysidro want cameras, parents deserve honesty, and our students deserve safety. Buenas noches. Como madre de este distrito, Esta noche estoy aquí para hablar en nombre de muchos padres que no pudieron estar presentes, pero sus preocupaciones merecen ser escuchadas, especialmente cuando se trata de la seguridad escolar y las cámaras. Una de las preocupaciones más grandes de los padres es la necesidad de cámaras en los planteles escolares. No es algo nuevo, los padres hemos pedido una y otra vez. Hace poco, pues ayer, ocurrió un incidente grave en San Ysidro High School, donde una estudiante fue apuñalada. ¿Y qué ayudó a identificar al agresor? Las cámaras. Las cámaras ayudaron a que hubiera responsabilidad. Las cámaras ayudaron a proteger a los estudiantes. Sin embargo,
Thank you, Mrs. Palestino. Nice evening. Allison Murillo.
Good evening, San Ysidro School District Board and members of the community. I'm here tonight because I care deeply about the safety and trust of our students, families, and community. In recent months, many of us have attended these board meetings to voice concerns or advocate for change. These have been truthful, constitutionally protected expressions of community engagement, which is exactly what public education should welcome. And yet, the San Ysidro School District has increasingly chosen to restrict parents and bring police presence into board meetings, specifically on nights where public comments from parents are expected. I want to be clear. This is intimidating, unnecessary, and it implies that parents and students exercising the right to speak are threats. It suggests that dissent is dangerous, and it erodes trust between the district and the very people it serves. If the board's goal is to create a safe, collaborative environment with parent involvement, as they claim, this approach accomplishes the opposite. Safety is not achieved by policing public civic participation. Safety is achieved through transparency, accountability, and genuine dialogue. And that brings me to what happened yesterday at San Ysidro High School. As reported by the SDPD, a student was stabbed on campus, a tragic event that shook this community and its families. In press conferences afterward, a police lieutenant and the Sweetwater Union Superintendent Moises Aguirre both publicly emphasized that campus cameras were instrumental in identifying and taking the suspect into custody. That statement is incredibly important because the San Ysidro School District has repeatedly insisted that functioning hallway and campus cameras are unnecessary and even inappropriate, even following a tragic case of sexual assault in one of the district's preschools. Board members Zenaida Rosario and Antonio Martinez have publicly dismissed the idea in the past, likening cameras to Big Brother and describing them as an invasion of privacy. But today, the Sweetwater Union District is crediting cameras for helping keep students safe. This contradiction matters because for years, students and parents have said clearly, we want safe campuses, we want working safety infrastructure, we want our kids protected, and we have been repeatedly told no. Now, suddenly, cameras are acknowledged as helpful after a tragedy. This isn't how policy should be made. We shouldn't wait for tragedies before we prioritize student safety, and we certainly shouldn't claim privacy concerns and financial concerns when it comes to protecting students, only to turn around and sign a $75,000 contract to bring police into public meetings where families are simply trying to be heard. What this community is asking for is reasonable. Listen to students and parents before crisis hits. Invest in real safety measures where they matter most, on campuses, not in board meetings. And stop using police presence as an intimidating response to community participation. I urge the board to rethink its approach to community engagement and its approach to student safety. Our students deserve consistency, our families deserve respect, and our district deserves leadership that responds to concerns with solutions, not intimidation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karina Lopez.
Good evening, San Ysidro Board and community members. My name is Karina Robles. I'm here tonight to talk about cameras on our campuses, something parents have been requesting for years. Yesterday, the student was stabbed at San Ysidro High School. In this case, police and the Sweetwater superintendent confirmed that cameras were key in identifying and finding the suspect. Cameras work. They save time, provide evidence, and most importantly, protect students. Yet, the district has repeatedly dismissed cameras. Some board members, including Mr. Antonio Martinez, have called them an invasion of privacy. He even claimed he received at least 50 calls from parents opposing cameras. We asked for public records of those calls from the date he indicated. What we received were unverifiable screenshots of only 8 calls, on one lasting just 2 seconds. That disapproves his claim. Even more, 144 parents and members of the community have signed a petition demanding mandatory cameras on all district campuses. The fact shows clear support for cameras, not opposition. How many parents will it take for you to install cameras? How many tragedies? This is a pattern. The district ignores parents, dismisses these concerns, and misrepresents reality to the public. We cannot wait for tragedy to take action. Real safety measures, like cameras, must come before something happens. Parents, students, and the community demand transparency, accountability, and real protection for our children. Cameras are proven effective and necessary. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Karina Robles, soy madre de un estudiante del distrito de San Ysidro. Estoy aquí para hablar de las cámaras de nuevo, las cámaras de seguridad en nuestros planteles, algo que los padres hemos solicitado durante años. Ayer una alumna fue apuñalada en San Ysidro High School. La policía y el superintendente del distrito de Sweetwater confirmaron que las cámaras fueron clave para identificar y detener al sospechoso. Las cámaras funcionan, protegen a los estudiantes y permiten actuar rápidamente ante incidentes. Sin embargo, el distrito ha ignorado estas solicitudes. Algunos miembros de la mesa directiva, incluyendo al señor Antonio Martínez, dijeron que instalar cámaras era una invasión de privacidad y afirmó que recibió al menos 50 llamadas de padres en contra de instalar cámaras. Cuando solicitamos los récords públicos de esas llamadas, recibimos capturas de pantalla no verificables de solo 8 llamadas, una de 2 segundos. Esto demuestra que su afirmación no dice la verdad. Además, 144 padres y miembros de la comunidad han firmado una petición pidiendo cámaras obligatorias en todos los planteles del distrito. Los hechos muestran que los padres apoyan las cámaras, no las rechazan. ¿Cuántos padres más quieren para aceptar que las cámaras son necesarias? ¿Cuántas tragedias más? Este es un patrón. El distrito ignora a los padres, minimiza nuestras preocupaciones y desinforma a la comunidad. No podemos esperar a que ocurra otra tragedia para tomar decisiones de seguridad. Gracias.
Ramón Reyes.
Buenas tardes a ustedes y a todos aquí. Yo no estoy aquí para apoyar un poquito a los padres que piden cámaras y piden más cosas. Yo he sido residente de San Ysidro por 61 años. Es mi primera vez teniendo un estudiante en la escuela.
Acérquese un poquito más al micrófono porque no se oye bien.
Perdón. Y pues estoy de acuerdo que sí necesitan cambiar cosas aquí. Yo fui a todas las escuelas aquí y era un desmadre, para decir, perdonen mis palabras, pero pues así se habla. No han mirado muchos cambios buenos, para decir, si con esto que vengo y que tienen policía aquí y no están pagando por cámaras, pues no está bien. Lo que ha pasado también sigue desde cuando. Yo cuando fui a la escuela, el director era el que está haciendo las cosas maldades contra los hijos. Yo nomás quiero asegurarme que mi hijo va a ir en una escuela donde hacen cosas bien. Yo siempre he oído que pasen cosas malas no quiero nombrar nombres, pero pues con gente que han trabajado aquí. Y pues yo nomás apoyo a los padres. Siento que las cámaras son bien una cosa. Siento que la presencia de la policía es mucho. Ellos pueden estar haciendo cosas mejores en vez de estar sentados aquí. Porque pues donde quiera pago taxis yo. Ahorita nomás quiero estar aquí a apoyar. Es mi primera vez que he venido a una cosa aquí. Yo no soy gente que habla en frente de personas, pero sí me gustaría ver que haya cambios, porque no quiero ser... Yo cuando vine aquí, los profesores parecían drogaditos. Yo sabía, y de error me pusieron una clase con ellos y yo me atrasé mucho. Pero yo he participado mucho para ver que los profesores y la escuela ha progresado, no se ha quedado atrás. So in English, real quick, I'm here to support the parents and their goals as far as getting cameras. The police presence is a little bit too much for me here. I mean, it's a call for. As far as, like I said, when I went to school, it was the teachers, they look at, they put the bottom of the barrel teachers here. I mean, they weren't very educated. They didn't teach us too much. Hopefully things have changed. It's not a circus like before. But I mean, I with what I see, what I hear, I mean, I can't come here and get mad, or I can't leave angry because it's no use. But I'm with the parents, and I believe that there should be cameras. There should be more information as far as like when something happened at Sunset. That was my son was there. I never knew about it. So what I knew. So I hope things change. Thank you.
Juanita Núñez.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Juanita Núñez, a teacher of San Ysidro for 24 years. I'm personally grateful for the district's support. In 2022, I was honored to receive San Diego County Teacher of the Year Award. This important milestone was made possible with the moral support and encouragement of my district. I knew at that moment that we were on this journey together. The spotlight was not for me. It was for San Ysidro School District and all the people who wake up every morning to make this a better place for our students. I proudly teach and support children and their families. I pour my energy, love, and dedication to every student every day because they deserve nothing less than absolutely best. Today, I call on us to reflect on what unites us. Share commitment to our students' success, the power of collaboration, respect, and the love that we have for our students. It's easy, so easy to criticize educators when you have not walked in our shoes. I am a mother. I recognize that as parents, we are the #1 teacher for them. We need to teach by example, by listening, learning, and growing together. Unity in our community, in our school starts with self-love, mutual respect, and deep appreciation for our profession. When we nurture ourselves, our team, we are role models for our students. As we move forward, let us continue to be mindful and intentional with our words, our actions. We need to support one another across all schools, all grades, and programs to foster joy, curiosity, and inclusiveness in every classroom. I support this district's courageous, fierce leaders who have led with their hearts, their mind and soul, exemplifying what is possible when we stand together for the best interests of our students, families, and teachers. Blessing to all. And thank you for being here today. We see you, we hear you, and we value you. May your messages and our actions reflect the same spirit of care, collaboration, and commitment to excellence to our students because they deserve the best. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Núñez. Lola Peggy.
Good evening. My name is Lorna Longmire Peggy, and I am here tonight to express my serious concerns about the conduct of one of our board members. Our community expects every board member to lead with honesty, professionalism, and transparency. When important information, including past legal issues, is not disclosed before taking a seat on this board, it damages trust and raises real questions about judgment and integrity. I have watched meeting after meeting where instead of helping move the agenda forward, you prolong discussions with comments that add confusion rather than clarity. Even more concerning is the way you engage with individuals who have come here solely to disrupt the meeting. Rather than supporting the board's efforts to maintain order, you give attention and energy to those behaviors, which disrespects everyone who is here for the good of our schools. I also want to address the ongoing disrespect directed toward our superintendent. Not only has your tone and your conduct toward the superintendent been unprofessional, but several of our followers and friends, several of your followers and friends who attend these meetings have been openly disrespectful as well. Their behavior, combined with yours, has created a hostile and negative environment that is unacceptable. Our superintendent deserves respect, collaboration, and basic courtesy from every board member and from anyone aligned with them. The students, families, and staff of this district deserve a board that works together, supports strong leadership, and maintains the trust of the community. Your actions do not reflect those values. For the good of this district and in the interest of restoring professionalism and stability, I am asking that you step down from your position. This board needs members who are committed to working with each other, not against the process. Thank you so much.
Larry La Rosa.
Good evening. My name, well, you know my name. I'm a teacher and union leader here in San Ysidro. I'm here to address a couple of issues. So a few months ago, I spoke as the bargaining chair for SYA, encouraging the district to figure out a way to increase the yearly contribution to healthcare for our members, as even with the 1% in cost of living raise in January, most people would actually be seeing a pay cut due to the increased cost of healthcare premiums. Other teachers also came and shared their concerns. I do truly appreciate that within the next meeting of our negotiations, we were able to get closer, and then last month in November, we came up with an agreement and the teachers voted yes. So I appreciate that you listened and you cared. Of course, it could still be better eventually, but I'm glad that we're on the right track. So we appreciate that. Let's see, sorry, I'm not ready. Okay, the other topic is the video cameras in the classroom. So originally, the idea that we heard from Peraza was it's, body cams for teachers in the classroom. That's what we're talking about here. We don't like that. One, it's a violation of privacy to students and teachers. It's very expensive. I don't know who's going to be watching it. We can't even, really, we're having a hard time just paying for basic raises and healthcare and Chromebooks, and you want cameras in classrooms and body cams for teachers. We're not okay with that. We need more teachers' aides, we need more supplies, SPED teachers. There's so many other things that we need to have a safe
environment. Also, it seems pretty hypocritical to me that from what I understand, what I've heard, I don't know if it's true, that what I've heard that Barasa, you didn't even want the video of your body, the footage from your DUI arrest, but you want us to wear that. It just doesn't seem fair. I mean, that's what I heard. Finally, just like was said before, we are asking for you to resign. It's just not fair. The actions and words you have shown and everything else, it just shows that you don't care and you're trying to hurt the community. Thank you.
Erica Duke.
Good evening. My name is Erica Vite. I'm speaking on behalf of Mary Padilla, an OVHS teacher. This is a response based on the statement against Teachers Union. I've been watching the recent board meetings online, and I need to say something. It's frustrating to hear constant talk about transparency, accountability, and doing what's best for kids from someone whose own actions don't reflect those values. You can't lecture everyone else about integrity while avoiding responsibility for your own behavior. And you definitely shouldn't be calling out or calling for others to resign if you aren't willing to hold yourself to the same standard. Our community deserves leaders who lead by example, not by blame, distraction, or double standards. Thank you.
Katina De Leon.
I was just here for emotional support. Okay. Okay, you're ready. Good evening, board members and everybody in the community. Before I address some of the misinformations and the division and constant verbal attacks directed at our SYEA teachers and support staff, I want to begin with something personal, because personal experiences shape who we are, how we lead, and what we stand for. When I was 10 years old, I survived something no child should ever have to experience. I was coming home from the movies with two friends and their mother. We were stopped at a red light. When the light turned green, we moved forward like any family would. And out of nowhere, a black Cadillac slammed into our car with such force that it spun us around twice and sent us up an embankment. I flew through the window. My face was cut from my ear to my mouth. Two of my fingers were broken and one completely severed. This one right here. I was rushed to Children's Hospital for emergency surgery. Those incredible surgeons stitched my face with over 25 stitches. And if you've ever seen me, you see a scar that I have. Thank God it's healed to where it's about maybe 2 inches long instead of all the way to my mouth. And worked to save my fingers. Then came a year of physical therapy to relearn how to use my hand and to write, how to hold things, and be able to deal with all the nerves and the damage I had from my finger. To this day, every time I look in the mirror and see the scar on my face or look at my hand, I remember that night. I remember the fear and the consequences of one person choosing to get behind the wheel intoxicated. That moment changed our lives forever. I share this trauma because trauma leaves marks, physical, emotional, and lifelong. And when I see people carelessly spreading misinformation, attacking others, and twisting facts to hurt our hard-working SYEA membership who serve our students every day, I am reminded of how deeply harmful irresponsible choices can be. Words and lies can cause great damage and can last forever. Tonight, I need to address several public claims that have been used to undermine our teachers union. SYEA has never had an issue with any board member until baseless accusations began being directed at us. We have always advocated for transparency, professionalism, and collaboration. And instead, our members have been met with division, hostility, and unfounded allegations. You have stated that you stand for transparency and honesty, yet you have repeatedly accused the teachers' unions of actions we did not take and motives we did not hold. Our excellent educators have done nothing but dedicate their lives to students and provide the best education possible. So I want to address these claims, these untruths directly. Untruth number one, in a public article, it was stated that Jaime Godinez was a teacher. That is inaccurate. He served as an instructional aide, a valuable and important role, but not a certificated teaching position. Accuracy matters when allegations are being made about our membership, and I apologize because I mispronounced his name. Untruth number two, you stated that you have reason to believe that union leaders and certain board members were responsible for disclosing your legal matters. SYEA had nothing to do with that disclosure. And I was personally shocked when I learned of the situation because you have publicly championed yourself on transparency, yet this information was not shared with the community when you ran for office. That raises questions about the commitment you have to transparency and being accurate and having accurate information being stated from the board. To then blame teachers' unions for your own personal decisions, including your choice to consume alcohol and drive, is just not factual. You have also criticized others regarding transparency, while public records indicate you sought to restrict the release of footage related to your arrest. That is your right, but it contradicts the narrative you have aggressively projected onto teachers and to staff. Our union is not hiding anything. Our educators are not hiding anything. We show up every day fully visible, fully committed, fully accountable. We have what every parent wants, a safe, supportive, honest, and highly quality educational environment for our students. SYEA remains committed to professionalism, integrity, and the success of every student who walks through our doors. We will continue to advocate for fairness, truth, and a positive future for our district. Thank you.
Pablo Sainz.
Good evening, President, trustees, and Superintendent, Acting Superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to address a serious safety concern involving the steep road leading down the hill toward San Ysidro Middle School. Cars regularly pick up speed on that downhill stretch, and even with signage and crosswalks in place, drivers often enter the school zone much faster than they should. Anyone who has been outside during morning drop-off or afternoon pickup has seen how unsafe it can feel for students, staff, and families. I understand that road design, traffic, and speed bumps fall under the jurisdiction of the City of San Diego, not the school district. However, because this directly affects the safety of the students entrusted to this district, I believe the school board and district leadership have an important role in helping make a solution possible. We have a clear example of what works. Just 2 blocks down the same road. On Bayer, the city recently installed 2 to 3 speed bumps, and the difference has been noticeable when I drive to Willow. Drivers slow down, the street feels calmer, and the area is safer. If speed bumps improve traffic, even a short distance down the same a road, they can certainly help in front of San Ysidro Middle School. Speed bumps are simple, cost-effective, and proven. But for them to become a reality, the city needs to hear from the school board, from the school district as a partner and advocate. When the district formally communicates these concerns or requests a traffic safety review, it carries real influence and helps ensure the issue is taken seriously. I respectfully urge the board, district leadership to work with the city to convey the daily safety risks students face and also staff, and push for a traffic calming evaluation that could lead to meaningful action, such as installing speed bumps right in front of Sims. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to student and staff safety.
Thank you. Marianne Sapanaro?
Good evening, board members, members of the community. My name is Mariana Saponara. I was a teacher here for 23 years, principal of Smythe, district's grant writer. And I got some phone calls and et cetera to support the school board here. Cameras, to me, I'm a grandma also, is a violation of students' and teachers' rights. I know the board members care for the safety of the students, number one. I know the district from 1970 when I was hired. I can write a book. I went through the grand jury in 1991, students' bankruptcy, etc. So I know the district very, very well, better than some of the new folks here. So, I'm here to support Dr. Potter, the school board members, the staff, and everybody. Thank you.
All right, so now we have items from the board and the acting superintendent.
Will you choose who goes first? Who goes next?
Ms. Peraza, would you like to go?
It's your decision, this is.
Not really, but if, whatever you decide. Because you're gonna sit next. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you everybody to the ones who are here, teachers, thank you for coming here. I actually like that everybody advocates for their own reasons. And yeah, for what had happened, I don't think there's a lot to say. You can read everything in the article that everybody read. Thank you for bringing it up actually, or whoever did it, because now everything's cleared up. Yesterday, I made sure of that, so thank you. And yeah, also I agree, we do need a lot of more teachers. We do need special education teachers. I hope we can have that very soon. And footage on my dearest, never heard of it, but okay. Anyways, moving on. If you wanna know more about it, like I have said before, you can always reach me directly, or you can just read the article. I had the talk with the reporter. I did not hide. So I'm not proud of what I did. I definitely didn't, but it wasn't a secret either. People knew from this district. Okay, so moving on from this, I want to make a big shout out. I haven't go to a lot of visits to schools or events. I guess I haven't been able to go. But I want to make a big shout out to Ms. Kempi from BDM. I was very happy to see that we parents were invited to their science presentation. I went to my son's science presentation and I was impressed. Like, he can be doing this board meeting with any problems. And thank you, Mr. Vandy, for coming along with me. And in other topics, I also, tonight I want to discuss, again, a measure that goes to the heart of our responsibility as trustees, ensuring that every student, every teacher, and every staff member in this district is safe. The proposal to install video-only cameras in all classrooms or special ed or preschools, the proposal of that is not about surveillance. It's not about micromanaging teachers. It's not about changing our instructional environment. It's about safety, transparency, truth, and protection. San Ysidro School District has recently experienced one of the most devastating situations any school community can face. And that's a thing I don't hear a lot of anyone here talking about, just parents. It's like it never happened for some people. As the public is well aware, the alleged sexual abuse incident at one of our preschools resulted in criminal charges and a lawsuit against the district. Families were horrified, staff were shaken, and our community was left with pain, confusion, and lasting questions. One of the most heartbreaking realities of that case is the part that did not have to happen: the absence of impartial video evidence. Without it, investigators were left with limited information. Without it, staff and families endured a long period of uncertainty and fear. Without it, the district faced prolonged legal exposure. And without it, we had no way to clearly, quickly, and confidentially determine what happened. It should not take weeks, months, or years to determine the truth when it comes to the safety of our students. It should not require lengthy interviews, repeated questioning of our children, or the emotional toll of accusations and defense. And it should not require staff members to live under suspicions when video could have resolved in the matter within minutes. Cameras are not a threat. Cameras are protection for everyone: students, staff, families, the district itself. Video-only classroom cameras serve one simple purpose: to create an unbiased, factual record so that when something serious happens, we're not relying on memory, he said or she said, or conflicting accounts. We have the truth immediately. These cameras will not record audio in compliance with California Penal Code 632. They will not invade private areas. They will not be used for teacher evaluations or instructional critique or casual observation. They cannot pick up a conversation. They cannot be used to judge a lesson. They serve only one function: safety. For students, cameras can stop abuse before it escalates. They help ensure every classroom in a protected environment. They allow us to respond to emergencies with clarity and speed. For teachers and staff, cameras are just as essential. We know that false accusations do happen. Even a false allegation can destroy a career, harm a reputation, and cause years of stress and emotional pain. Cameras provide the evidence needed to clear innocent employees swiftly and definitively. They are not a punishment. They are a shield. For the district, cameras reduce both moral and financial risk. Right now, we are facing financial situations as well, thanks to this situation. A big one. Investigations with no video can become complex, prolonged, and expensive. We have seen cases in California districts, including our own, that last for years and cost millions. Video evidence dramatically reduces legal uncertainty. It protects taxpayer dollars. It protects the district against negligence claims. Parents deserve to know that their children are safe. Teachers deserve to know they are protected. Students deserve learning environments where safety concerns do not overshadow education. The question is not whether cameras change our classrooms. They do not. The question is whether cameras protect the people in them. The answer is yes. Absolutely yes. Every day we wait is another day we risk being unable to clarify an incident that could deeply affect a child, a family. We have an opportunity tonight to move from reaction to prevention, to be proactive instead of waiting for the next tragedy headline. Our community expects action, our families expect protection, our children deserve our courage, and our staff deserves our support. For all of these reasons, for safety, for fairness, for accuracy, for accountability, as an emergency vote, yes, again, I urge this board to move forward tonight and support the adoption of a classroom camera policy that I already proposed months ago. Let us take this step together, not out of fear, but out of responsibility, leadership, and love for the people we serve. And regarding yesterday's horrific tragedy and in San Ysidro High, all of the statements were just saying exactly what I'm saying right now. Cameras, thanks to the cameras, they had immediate response. They immediately find the person who was the responsible. And just very quick, I just want you to hear what the police officer had to say in yesterday's interview.
Se fue de ese salón y se fue y se escondió. Oficiales llegaron y buscaron la escuela de una manera sistemática, viendo las cámaras, utilizando las cámaras que tienen aquí. Lo encontraron en uno de los últimos edificios que buscan.
Okay, that's one. This is Mr. Moises Aguirre.
Multiple measures. First and foremost, we have those security cameras that were not here more than, again, I would say about a year, maybe 2 years ago. So we do have those safety security cameras. If you can see, they're now at the perimeter at the entry points. We also conduct training, ongoing trainings.
We have our neighbor superintendent who is very proud of having camera. Our middle schoolers go to that same school and they are protected.
security measures. They did say that they had installed security cameras just within the last year or two at that school, hopefully helping that situation, helping to find that student. A lot of things still happening here.
I hope nobody feels responsible if another tragedy happens. So again, I urge this board to vote on having cameras in our classrooms, in our hallways as well. And additionally, lastly, and I'm not sure if I can, but I want to ask a few small questions to our council, if it's possible. No? Yes? No? Okay. Well, maybe in another time, but my questions was gonna be if I would like to clarify the difference between paid leave and unpaid leave, and if our superintendent is currently on paid leave or unpaid leave. I would like to know that too. And that's all for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Zenaida Rosario.
Good evening. Thank you to all who are present today. It's December and the year is, about to end, so I'm sure that we culminate a year of many great things that have happened in our district. I'm going to talk about some of the positive things in a bit, and as you can see, cameras, every time I speak, you record me so you can take it out of context later on. People send it to me, so that's called cyberbullying. What I want to say is that we cannot supersede policy or law. And I want to also clarify, understanding structures of schools, Sweetwater Union School District, the cameras were able to identify every student that walked into that school as well as staff and parents. The cameras were not in the classroom. Yes, so just to clarify that, it was a targeted attack, sadly. So they were able to identify him because they knew him, he's a student there. I want to commend the Sweetwater Union School District, the superintendent, the San Diego Police Department, the staff, personnel for quickly responding. When you have a huge school with thousands of students, and you are a student at that school and you are an 11th grader, you have had 3 years to know the in and outs of a school campus. He knew where to hide. He was not found because there was a camera where he was hiding. He was found because the school was put on lockdown. And after lockdown with all the personnel there, they were able to find him. It took some time because had there been a camera in the classroom, yes, he would have been found in a minute. But you cannot supersede law or policy. And I am glad the fast action, and I want to just say that we do send our sincere prayers to the family of this child and to the girl. She has suffered something very traumatic, targeted, and we need to see our world has become more violent and kind. There's so much hate everywhere. We've already established in the district, and we know that there's a law that prohibits us to have cameras in the classroom. We are not objected to having cameras in the front office to see who's coming in and out, and then if possible, wherever it's a high traffic area. So when you say that we don't want cameras and that's going to cause a tragedy soon, that's not true. Nobody waits every single day for something bad to happen. That's not the way of the world. You live every day with good intentions, being kind, not going over and over and using cameras to bully people on cyber media, because that's what's happening. It keeps being mentioned on these cyber bullies. And you all know why we had policemen. And I'm grateful that they have been with us. And they're not going to be with us at every board meeting. But you know why we had to call them in. And if not, rewind your cameras to October 16th, and to November, and to a year ago, and 2 years ago today, when we had 35 people we've never seen who call themselves community members. The community members are here, and we thank you for being here, but it's just you and everybody else, all our parents. 144 people would have been sitting here tonight. and they didn't come, because they're not from here. They're not gonna drive from Temecula or North County. They probably got tired of driving all the way over here. You're allegedly Audrey and all those people. So it's okay, yeah, I see your eyes, go ahead, share it with her. Because I'm not afraid of anybody who comes to bully us. That's not the kind of district we are. We truly care for our children, our teachers, and our personnel, and we're gonna leave it like that. No cameras will be allowed in the classrooms because it's against the law. And read the law. It's not, yeah. So anyways, so I want to thank, you again for being here, all the recognitions that were received, not just this whole year, but at Sacramento. Obviously, our coats were not good enough for the cold weather in Sacramento. We're such babies in San Diego. It was truly chilling cold, but we still made it in a building that was just filled with such positive energy because there are so many people all across the state always vowing for the best in children. And when you get these awards, obviously, the adults pick them up, but they come back to the district and it's powerful. And until a year ago and until 2 years ago, our district was always moving in the right direction because of the leadership of Dr. Potter. And there is no question, and the leadership of her staff, of her cabinet. It may seem like a lot of people to you, but it's not a lot of people with all the responsibilities that they have. And there are many things that were decided even before I became a board member, and we honor those decisions because the community votes for people who represent them. And you don't go back in history and say, well, I don't like that. I don't like that you don't have a school. With 600 less children in this community, we probably would have had to close 2 schools by now. So you have to think about the history of this community. And even though that gentleman said that he felt that he didn't get a good education, I'm sorry. I hope that we will never go back to the 70s because things were different. Times change. It depends on the leadership of the country. And it's not a very comfortable time right now. But we have to move forward for the sake of our children. You stop accusing people and start working with people. We have some of the best, not some, we have the best educators. And I'm not being biased, but I've been to many schools. I've visited many schools. And I just thank you. I thank you in spite of all the put downs. And this, we teach our children not to put down each other. The false information, the lies. That is incredible. And then when you go on social media using your cameras to lie again and again, you're doing a disjustice to our children. So you need to stop and think about it. Because we cannot continue doing this to our children. You are adults. You should be leaders, but in a positive way. And that means for everybody who decides if they don't like one small thing or a lot of things, then you want to damage the district. You have no right at all, vote it or not. So stop your lies. Get together and start working for the sake of children, and don't accuse people of being bad because you don't have a right to do that. There are good people who work in this district, great people who work in this district, and they're not out to do bad things. And when you insist over and over and calling me by name on those videos you circulate on your social media, boy, I don't know what this world's going to be like. But you need to stop because it's not going to change. We're going to follow the rules, we're going to follow policy, and we're going to follow the law. Whether some people like it or not, tough. So I care for this district, we care for this district, and don't believe all the lies you hear. And this is for all those viewers because all of a sudden we have all these ratings on our YouTube. Lots of people are watching, and lots of people are angry about what they have been seeing. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Antonio?
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to congratulate Irene Lopez as our new president. Yes. For those of you who don't know, we voted. I couldn't say it better myself, Mrs. Rosario. I want to applaud you I think the biggest heartbreak for me is knowing that the lies and misconceptions that are being spread. I mean, they could say it about me, that's fine. But when they say it about you, who's been a teacher of the year twice, which I don't even think we've ever had a teacher of the year twice in this community. But the fact that you taught in this school district for 40 years, the fact that you live in this community for decades, breaks my heart. The fact that they talk bad about Irene, who worked in this district for decades, was a classified president of the union, is outrageous. And when it comes to the lies and misconceptions, I think people know that that's exactly all they have. And I'm going to say this because I think it's important. Where have we come to lead us to this? There are staff members that have gotten death threats. And I'm going to be very clear on that. Staff members that have gotten death threats. The fact that we've gotten to that point is very sad for me. So honestly, I just want to see if we can do a reset. I want to give a very special thank you to our wonderful staff who's here today, our beautiful teachers who I love with all my heart. I've been with you since day one, and I'm always going to be with you. I'm going to tell you that right now. Katina, I want to thank you for sharing that personal story. I think it's important for you, for the community to know how serious your situation is. And I want to say thank you for sharing that, and I support you 100%. I do want to talk a little bit more. I just want to give a very special thank you to our sci-fi team for winning the award. And Vero, I'm gonna say a very special story about Vero, because Vero, she comes to work every day and she is a savior to thousands of kids. And the reality, if you look at her career, it's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of kids that have benefited from her great work. And this is essentially bringing in partners like the San Diego Chargers or the Los Angeles Chargers. The only default is, I'm gonna say something bad. I'm a Raider fan, but don't follow me. But my family's been a Raider my whole life. Yeah. But I do appreciate the collaboration with the Los Angeles Chargers. I appreciate their donations. I appreciate the collaboration with great community partners that have led to our Golden Bell, because the reality is, the school district doesn't work in a silo. The school district is one and the same with our community partners. And I can tell you that, Beto, you're essentially the leader in terms of connecting those dots. So I just want to say thank you to our sci-fi team. To be honored at a state level, the reality is that it's unheard of. And it's very unfortunate that we can't have more people here, especially students, knowing that they benefit from your great program. And really, I just want to say thank you for what you do. To our classified staff who come to work every day, I see some of you here, I really just appreciate all that you do. You know, maybe I'm melancholy because it's close to the holidays, but I'm just really thoughtful in terms of, I'm mindful of not just classified, but our teachers that come to work every day, do great things, inspire the next generation of leaders, and then have to come to a board meeting. It really I just want to say thank you for everything you do, and let's just keep together and let's keep united. And really just one more thing, I know that we're at beautiful Sims. I love Sims. Sims has a very special place in my heart. I know we're going to be doing a lot of remodelization. We're going to redo, we're going to do a facelift in terms of the school. I'm really excited about that. And Ms. Ruiz, I know that I just want to congratulate you and I want to thank you for having us here today, because honestly, your leadership has really lifted the school. And really, I want to see, in terms of working together, I know that historically we used to have music, theater, and dance and other electives. I know the budget is tight, but if we can find a grant or we can do some miracles, let's see how we can bring something. And I know we used to have plays here. I'd love to see if you can do that again. Maybe I'm being optimistic because of the budget, but in the future, let's see how we can talk about that. I remember when I first became a board member, I saw Wicked here, and obviously I don't know who's seen the movie. I haven't seen the second one yet, but I can tell you this, that if we can do something like that for our students, the way I look at it is students that are in music, theater, and dance are usually DNA students. So if we can improve that and make sure we get kids involved in those type of activities, it's always the benefit. So thank you for what you do, Mr. Ruiz. And really just thank you all, and happy holidays to everyone.
One thing, sorry, I think this is very important. What you said about the death threats to staff, I think that's very important and we should investigate that, Mr. Sanchez. So I think we should start an investigation for that. Thank you.
Cost money.
It's a death threat.
Oh, I'm next. Okay. I want to thank the staff, classified and certificated and management, and a few of people that I know that belong in our community. Want to thank you for being here. And I also want to say many things have heard, and I've had other community people, parents, grandparents, that told me that they don't come to our school sites meetings because they feel they don't want to be around people that were very negative and they don't know them. But I told them, no, you're a parent, you're a grandparent, you need to get involved. You are your child's representative. Don't let anybody fool you or use you, because you know your child or your grandchild, and you have that right. And I think that a lot of things need to change, we know that, but I also want to say that many things that were said today, and still continue, some of them may not be true, and we know that. But I want to thank Sanaida because she brought up things that I don't dare to say because I don't like to hurt people. But I am proud of being a board member and being a resident, a taxpayer, and also an employee, ex-retired employee of this district. Because we've grown, we've enriched in many ways. And I think a lot of you that have come aboard saw that. And some of you that came up to talk saw something that I have seen growing. And many of you don't know what we have gone through in the past, that's fine. But you as a parent have that right to come and give your thoughts and what you think. We're not saying you don't, but at least be respectful and truthful. And you are being judged, and we can't judge you. We can say, just as you judge us. But let's understand that we're supposed to be a community. You have that right. But listen, understand, and be respectful. Because I was brought up that way, and I'm sure a lot of you, different cultures that we have. And this is, San Ysidro has grown. We're not just this part. To me, when I first ran, this was the bottom part of San Ysidro. You haven't gone up to Ocean View Hills. That's a new area, and it's keeps growing. Las Brisas, a new housing up there, Monta Mesa. That is part of San Ysidro. So that's a bigger community. They would be here, if they came, we would have more than 300, 400 parents, community members. And I know a lot of them are watching us. But a lot of things that we're doing that you don't understand that we can do are because those people voted and saw what those T, K, L, L, M, M were the bonds, things that we needed and we didn't have the money. And I know that there's been a lot of judgment on Byron. If there had been one wall that remained in that property, the state would have helped us build that school. But because we don't have the money, plus we don't have the enrollment. We're not just the only school district, other school districts. If you read the news, don't judge it. Listen to it and question other school districts. Do that. But listen to the truth. Everyone in the state of California has lost a lot of enrollment. And it's going to affect us all. It is, and it has already affected us. Something that was said about the incident at the high school. You know, it's nothing to judge, but yeah, they have cameras. And it took them a long while because the helicopters were here around for a couple of hours before they finally caught the person. Even though they had cameras, they don't have them in the classrooms. They have them outside in different areas. So it took them quite a while to find that kid. And the other thing is, it wasn't easy because he was smart. he changed his clothes to hide, so they wouldn't know what he was wearing. So there's a lot of things that people judge and say, and yes, we're not against cameras, but we're gonna go by what the law says. That's what we took an oath, to follow policies, regulations, state and federal. And that's what we uphold. We don't wanna change it because I don't like the color of that, change it, no. That's not the way we work here in this country. But that's beyond the point. But I wanna thank our Assistant Superintendent Interim, Mr. Borges, because I know he has a lot on his plate, and it's not easy. That he's somebody that has had a lot of good ideas and ability, because he's the one that made Willow what it is, where he went out to the community and brought a lot of help. So I want to thank him, and I want him to take care of his house. And I respect him because he has good judgment, and he sees, he's another person that has an eagle eye, along with an eagle ear. And I respect that. So also I want to say that we've been on the map for a couple of years now, and I want to say thank you to all the staff, because it's not easy. And I know that we all have a lot of problems, even us that are paid and have a salary, but things around us have just boomed out of way, and I know a lot of people believe in moving out of California because of the high cost, but we still believe in our kids, our children, because they're the future of this country. And they are going to continue to be heard and helped in many ways that we can, even though we're going to be cut in funding, state and federal, and it's going to affect a lot of our programs. And we know that, and a lot of districts know that too. But thank God that we pray for peace, for love, and good health. And I want to wish everyone, I may see you in the programs for Christmas at your schools. I may not, but I'm going to try. But I want to wish you all, our community members, I wish you all a Merry Christmas with your loved ones, a Happy New Year with a lot of good health, peace, and love, and faith. Thank you. Now, Mr. Borges, it's your turn.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I wasn't expecting that. You know, our accomplishments depend on the people that support us and work with us. And I have been very fortunate, and I see a lot of people here that I have worked directly and next to throughout my 30 years already. This is my 30th year in this San Ysidro School District. Started here at San Ysidro Middle School, rolling a cart from class to class because there was no classes available, and moving during prep periods so I can use a classroom. I can tell you we have changed a lot. We have improved a lot. Getting 2 Golden Bells Awards 1 year after another, it's challenging to find another district that has done that. And I want to congratulate you, all of you, because without all of your hard work and dedication, it does not happen. Those awards are not just given, they're earned. So I want to thank you for the effort and work of everyone, staff, parents, community. It's a commitment, and I know many people that work here and have stayed years and years at the same district. They do it because of the love of the kids. There's challenges that we face, and I know one way or another, we have always overcome them and move forward. And that's just a testament to the people that work in San Ysidro. I want to thank Ms. Ruiz for hosting us today, for being here after a full day of professional development for a community engagement initiative. So we have a team of staff from the district and SIMS that attended a training, a 2-day training. I want to congratulate the sci-fi team. The award doesn't come from one event or 1 year. It comes over a period of time of hard work and dedication. And there's many people who are no longer with us, that have worked with the sci-fi team or are connected in one way or another. Getting a state award, and I had the fortune to be there. The only award provided in the whole state under the community collaboration. Is an amazing award. The Golden Bell, second year, again, over 40 organizations that collaborate and work with us, who provide a lot of volunteers, a lot of effort, and we have a few coming up. We have Teddy Bear Drive tomorrow, so hopefully you can join us. Sci-Fi Team, STEM Fair, 2,500 participants last year, the biggest in the county. The commitment and work that it takes to earn 2 gold bells is tremendous. So I want to congratulate the district for it. I want to congratulate our professional development that has been taken throughout the year and our collaboration with the SYEA and CSEA. I really appreciate the support, the commitment to collaboration and hard work, and above all, the point that we're here for the students. That doesn't change from one union to another or from the district. We understand that there's challenges and we understand that we have responsibilities depending on the jobs, but what doesn't change is what's the best for the student. Thank you for your support and for allowing me to serve you under this temporary position. Thank you.
I forgot to mention, tomorrow is San Ysidro Women's Club Teddy Bear Drive, and I think a lot of the community remembers and knows. It'll be from 2:30 to, I think, 4 at the Ocean View Hills. And this is a beautiful opportunity to see how the kids' reaction when they get to see the Santa Claus, Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus, and get a book and get a teddy bear. I think it's real important and it's a good feeling. So I want to thank the Women's Club and let the community know that it's available for the children. They're at Ocean View Hills tomorrow, and I'd like to hope to see a lot of parents and children there. Also, I wanted to forget, I did not forget, but I thought, Ms. Reese, thank you for hosting us. But I want to see, my dream is to see a lot of banners here at the middle school. Of the last, what we had champions in soccer, basketball, we had boys, other champions, but I look at them and I think they're going to change. Because in the future, that's what we're going to do. Bring sports back and be champions. I know Mr. Del Mar did, and I know that we're going to continue here, and I want to see those banners, because that's something that a lot of people that I've met with the group of San Ysidro that we meet, they went to middle school and they were on those teams, and I told them, you were? And they go, oh yeah, I remember. So I think it's something that brings back good memories, and they do remember. As a matter of fact, one boy not boy, he's a man now, that I met, and he asked me, you still live in San Ysidro? I said, yes. He said, I used to go to the library down there. Is it still there? I go, no, you should come and see the new one. It's a beautiful, beautiful library, and it was given to us by Mr. Lloyd Llamas ago. He was a student that went to the library every day. He became very famous in Los Angeles County, and he became very wealthy. He gave the money for our library. He went to city council and asked how much they needed. And they said, we don't have the money. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you how much. And he gave 1.2 million for that library. And I told him you should go see it. The old library is now a youth center. You can visit it and see it. And that's what they remember. So I thought, wow, he came out of the blue because he went to school here. So I think it's a lot of memories we have and a lot of history. And I'd like to see a lot of the kids from the middle school even take a trip down to the library. In their room there that they have, there's a lot of history of San Ysidro. A lot of history that the kids here don't know yet. And I'd like to see them understand and see that there is a lot of history. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Lloyd Llamas, I asked him if he could make an appointment to come down and talk to the kids in the middle school.
let him know that he lived here and what he did and how he did it to give us that money for that library. That's my dream, but I hope that I can accomplish it. But anyway, as we go on, I think we can go on to 15, which is conference session, and report and presentation.
We do have one public
Yeah.
comment regarding 15.1.
And that is Allison Murillo.
Good evening, San Ysidro School District Board and community members. I want to begin by sharing that I am not speaking to you as an outsider looking in. I'm a former student of this district. I attended SIMS. I grew up in these classrooms with these teachers and in this community. I know firsthand the potential our students hold because I was one of them, and that is why the current situation weighs so heavily on me. The recently released CASP results for the 2024-25 school year are deeply troubling and cannot be overlooked. In 5 out of our 7 schools, with students across all grade levels, only between 10.98% and 44.01% passed the exams in both English language arts and mathematics. Only OVHS surpassed the 50% mark in both subjects, and VDM achieved a 63.46 passing rate in ELA, which deserves recognition. But overall, these results reflect a pattern, one that has not improved in the past few years. In fact, scores have continued to decline. This decline is not a reflection of our students' effort or ability. Our students show up every day and try their best, often under circumstances that many adults would struggle with. I also want to address a factor that is too frequently mentioned by members of the board, namely Ms. Irene Lopez, the students who cross early in the morning from Tijuana. These students should not be blamed or used to explain away district-wide performance issues. Many of them wake up before the dawn, face long border wait times, and arrive at school sleep-deprived. Their challenges require accommodation. If these conditions are affecting a significant portion of our student population, then it is the district's responsibility to adapt, not theirs. And there's another issue we cannot ignore. The district's continued reliance on substitute teachers instead of hiring permanent, stable staff. Once classrooms cycle through subs week after week and our instruction becomes inconsistent, routines fall apart, and students lose the stability that is essential for learning. It is not fair to expect strong academic outcomes when many of our classrooms lack long-term or even qualified educators who can build relationships, implement curriculum with fidelity, and provide continuity. When nearly an entire district is struggling, and struggling more each year, it becomes clear that we are dealing with a systemic problem, not a student problem. And system problems can be fixed with focused, committed action. Tonight, I urge this board to take decisive and transparent steps toward a comprehensive improvement plan that address these root causes: instructional consistency, staffing stability, targeted interventions, student wellness, and the unique needs of our cross-border students. This plan must be data-driven and collaborative, including teachers, support staff, families, administrators, and most importantly, the students who depend on this district every single day. Our students are bright, they are capable, they are determined. They deserve a district that matches their effort with meaningful, sustained support, and they deserve administrators and educators who unite and actually care to help them excel. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the California Assessment in Student Performance and Practice presentation by Director of Educational Services, Mr. Luis Ramos.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, acting superintendent, community, and staff. So today we're going to do an overview of the district dashboard. The district dashboard was released for the 2025 school year last month. Each year it's released since the year of 2017. The California State Department has been using the dashboard to report growth and to give insight on how the schools and the districts are performing. So here we go. On the first slide, and I believe all of you have a copy, we have the demographics of our school district. Now this information was taken from last year in October from Census Day to 2024. We see the total enrollment, socioeconomically disadvantaged, English learners, and foster youth. The state accountability, I'm sure that all of you have seen these reports and have seen this dashboard and the colors. Pretty much what the intent of the dashboard is to be transparent and to be simple in regards to the complexities of education. We see, of course, that blue is the highest performance color, and then we go all the way down to red being lowest performance. So throughout the presentation, I'll be either talking about increase or decrease, depending on what we are addressing. The number, if it's increasing, of course, it's sometimes associated with blue, but in the case of aspects as a chronic absenteeism or suspensions, we want it to decrease. So the report card, basically the dashboard, they call it a report card of how the schools are doing. It identifies, as I mentioned, specific student groups. It identifies schools, districts, but it also serves for planning and moving forward. Of course, we use the dashboard in our plans, in our instruction, and also in the LCAP. The dashboard measures 11 district measures or successes. For the 6 state measures, you'll see the highlighted ones are the ones that pertain to our district, since we don't have a high school graduation rate or college and career readiness. But the 5 local indicators are also measured, and for San Ysidro, all of them have been met. So here's where it gets fun. On the left side of this next slide, you'll see the performance levels. So from the left, from the very bottom, you'll see very low and then very high. So we do want our students to be growing in all of the areas, but then what's very important is from the left to right, and that's the change that we see year to year. The dashboard, what it does, it measures growth from the previous year to the current year. So what we want to see in our students and in our schools, in our district, is students moving from the left to the right, and then of course going up. So sometimes you'll see schools that change color from a red to an orange or a yellow to a green, and that means that there has been growth from the previous year. You have a standard level where you start, and then measure it to last year. It depends on how you move from side to side on the dashboard. Our next slide will be how San Ysidro stands right now. You will see that we have all of the measures on the dashboard from ELA, math, English learner progress, suspension rates, chronic absenteeism, and science. I'm going to talk about them a little bit more on the next following slides, but I do want to bring up one that's very important. Well, they're all important, but on the bottom right of the presentation of this slide, you'll see science, which is a green, which just speaks of the accomplishments of our teachers. Science gets tested in the 5th grade and 8th grade only, but you will see that puts a lot of pressure on those 5th and 8th grade teachers. That means that the whole group of teachers, since they begin in kinder, have to be working on that science component. So it's not just the dedication of our hardworking teachers from 5th and 8th is a good growth usually for a dashboard. If you maintain within 3 points, basically it's saying that there hasn't been much movement, whether you go down 3 points or up 3 points. But once you go from 3 points all the way up to 15, that's growth. And then once you get into the 15, that's high levels of growth. It's not very common that we have schools that perform over 15 points. And when we talk a little bit more about each individual school and their increases, I'll highlight some of the big gains that we had. For our English language learner population, this was a great testament to our teachers and to our students. Both our students who are LTELs, long-term English learners, and English learners are making progress. 49.6 making progress. That increased from last year, 6.7, 6.7. Now this is percentage of students. And as you see, we are in the green for that. We are surpassing state levels for English language progress, English learner progress. Oh, thank you for the students. The next slide, we have our suspension rate. So here's where decline is good in suspension rates. We want less suspension rates, and the percentages of how much impact it has, it says 0.8 declined. 0.3 is decent when it comes to suspensions, because it's talking about all of the students and all of the students who are suspended, basically, right? So every time that you have less amount of students being suspended, that percentage point either drops or goes up. For in our case, it went down. We were talking about Sims. Sims had one of the greatest gains in suspension, meaning that less students were suspended. And that's a testament also to Mrs. Reese and her staff, all the PBIS and all the positive actions that they're taking here at Sims. Next slide, chronic absenteeism. This one has increased, and we want it to decrease. Once we hit a 0.5% on chronic absenteeism, that's going to move the needle. Unfortunately for our district, it increased 0.6, even though there's a lot of hard work from all of our staff, principals, outreach consultants, and teachers to help with our attendance. Just a side note on this, we are in differentiated assistance, which I will mention, but currently, we are talking with the state and we are looking through our systems to make sure that these numbers are correct. It means a lot to us that our students are here and we see all the hard work. So we are in communication right now with the state to see if these numbers are accurate and are representing what the dashboard represents.
Mr. Ramos, I do have a question regarding this particular issue. Obviously, this is not good at all. I'm curious as to whether data is collected as to the reason these kids are not coming to school. Obviously, there's various reasons why kids wouldn't come to school. One reason that I can think of is obviously they're sick. Another reason, and this is what would alarm me, is if there's fear of issues at the federal level regarding the status of their parents' immigration status, regarding just basic fear issues. So I don't know that we can collect that data. Moreover, I'd like to see how other school districts are also, what their numbers are and how they're dealing with it, because ultimately, this issue right here affects everything else. If kids are coming to school, then we can't expect them to learn, and therefore their tests are not going to be as good as if they would come in every single day. So I think, obviously, I'd like to see how we can address this, but I also would like maybe a inter-district collaboration with South Bay, with Chula, with National, and definitely with Sweetwater. A lot of kids have bigger brothers and sisters that are there in those schools, to see how we can compare. Because really, if we're seeing that a whole family's absent, then there's something wrong with it. So I'd just like to see how we can address it. Obviously, this is really most important, at least for me when I saw this slide. This is something that we need to address formally. And obviously, if it's something that it has to do with the federal issue, that's really beyond a lot of our control, unfortunately. But I'd like to see where we're at with that.
Yes.
Mr. Ramos, if I may, so just to give you a brief report, Mr. Martinez, we are working with the district, with the San Diego County Office of OA, through differentiated assistance, and we are collaborating with some of the other districts around us. We have also initiated a review of our practices as to how do we take attendance, because we have a situation in which our attendance percentage is improving, but we have a high chronic absenteeism, which is not that much different from other districts or schools similar to ours. But we're studying are the issues so we can better make decisions. So we're also, Mr. Ramos mentioned, because even our advisor through the county questioned the chronic absenteeism and the numbers. That's why we are going more in depth into to see if the way we are reporting it or tagging it is correct. Because there was a lot of work done through independent contracts. And like I said, I mentioned, attendance improved, but then we're seeing this number. So we're in the process of digging more in that. Okay.
I'd also like to comment that I know we had a lot of independent contracts, and I think it had to do not only with children that were already known to be absent chronically. So I think that's really a good way of finding out exactly why. And I know that it takes a lot of paperwork and study to do all these reports to the state regarding this. And I think that's really important that we continue to go deeper and find out, why and what is it that we're missing and what is it that the state also may be missing. Because they don't live in this community, they don't know. And there's a lot of issues that are brought to us, and I know families that are right now really struggling. And I think that's another reason why too, but I think we do need to go down in depth and share with other districts. I'm sure they have the same problem. So I'd like to thank you for this information, because it's really important for us to know, and for you as administrators or people that work with these forums and the attendance and all that, maybe we do need to change our way of how we report, absenteeism. Maybe that's a good way too. So I'd like to thank you and I know the schools that, do have to do a lot of paperwork and report, making sure that it is right and correct. So I agree. Thank you, Mr. Borges, for also giving us that information and lead on that too. So thank you very much for all the work that you guys do. And it's not easy, I know, it's a lot of paperwork and time. So thank you for sharing this with us. I think it's real important. And we brought this up before. I think Mr. Martinez is the one that wanted to know why we had so many absentees and we need to work on it. But now we're finding how they actually, and I think it's different how the state does it. How we actually try to give them the best we can information. So I think that's what we need to do. Maybe show them how to do it right, correctly, or, see the way that, our community has struggled and is still struggling and will continue to struggle. So I think that's real important. So thank you.
Yes.
I think
Also,
he still has others.
yeah, just really quick, I also want to know in the future, maybe statistics on how independent study also affects how we rate our student attendance, because I understand if a parent knows ahead of time that, let's say they have a family emergency, they're going to be gone for 2 weeks, I know the schools will provide independent studies. So we need to see this work when it's completed. How does that play into making sure that it's counted versus people that leave and then come back? If they come back and they had a family emergency, can then we give them independent studies to make up for the time they were gone? Because, we never know when tomorrow's an emergency for families. So I know that there's a purpose for independent studies. So I'm hoping that the state validates the work that is done to compensate for not being present in school.
Yes, and there is a lot of work, and just to be clear, independent studies don't affect chronic absenteeism. The state, as Ms. Lopez mentioned, sees it a little bit different, than what they consider an absence is, of course, an unexcused absence, but also an excused absence, a suspension, and anything else that is not an independent study. So that's why these numbers come up like that, whether it's excused or unexcused, for them it counts as an absence.
Maybe we need to talk to our legislature to change that. Yeah, because it affects not only our district, other districts that have the same problem, you know? Thanks for the rate.
Thank you. So moving on to the next slide, we see the student groups performing in the green and blue. We're talking about progress, and what the dashboard does is it breaks it down by student groups, and these are the group of students that the dashboard identifies performing in the green and blue from ELA, math, suspension rates, and again, our English learner progress indicator, noting that English learners and long-term English learners are in the green. We're talking about increase in schools. Here's a list of the increase in schools, and I was again talking about from 3 points. It's decent progress. Once you go from 3 points to 15, it's very good progress. Once you surpass 15 points, that is great progress. So I'm just going to highlight one of the schools here, Sunset, where you see that there was an increase of 23 points in ELA and 29 points in math. Wow.
Congratulations, Mr. Randy.
This is not normal. 23.
It's not.
It's not 29 points. I would like to go and really dig into the data and see how many schools have these kind of numbers. Almost 30 points in math. That is astonishing. That is great progress from our students. So,
One question, why is that mine doesn't have the points here for English language? And
on this one, sorry, the other one. So these are increases in CAS. Visa Mar didn't have an increase in English language arts.
Oh, okay, so those are, okay, we're not putting what's not increasing. Also, Willow, math, okay.
Correct.
But we need to know that if it's in the same color, it means that it didn't went down by a lot, or because it's still orange and this is still green?
Right, and that was a format issue. But yes, the slide is just specific for increases. Correct.
Okay. I think it's important to note that also, if there's a big decrease.
Yes, thank you. Next slide, we have suspension rates from all of our sites, and on this one you'll see that whether they're green or orange, you'll see that most of the schools have a decrease in suspension rates. I mentioned San Ysidro's middle decreased by 8.52%. That is a huge increase. Also, just to note it, when I was talking about suspension rates earlier, 0.3 moves the needle in suspension rates, so 8.52 is a huge gain for San Ysidro Middle School. The next slide, we'll talk about chronic absenteeism rates. Now, as I mentioned, we are in differentiated assistance because of chronic absenteeism, and Mr. Borges did a good job of explaining some of the things that are already in the forefront and what we're doing about chronic absenteeism, and also talking about working with the county and with the state to get clarification on these rates.
If I may, Mr. Ramos, one of the things that we need to be careful when we read these numbers is we need to look at the percentage because they say a story. For example, in this case, Ocean View Hills, yes, there was an increase of 4.4%, right? But Ocean View Hills has one of the best attendance rates. Not only is the best one in our district, with BDM at 60%, but I will say in San Diego County. So even though there was an increase, the percentage of chronic absenteeism is very low compared to what we're seeing across. There's other schools that have a higher chronic absenteeism, but there was also decreases in them. So, of course, we don't want to see these numbers. That's one of the reasons we are searching for more in-depth data and looking to see what works with our community and into how to support our students and families.
Thank you, Lucas. I mentioned differentiated assistance for the 23-24 school year. We were in differentiated assistance because of our long-term English learners and our foster youth. Coming 24-25, we are no longer in differentiated assistance because of those two groups, but now our homeless and our students with disabilities, as the state determines, because of academics and the mentioned chronic absenteeism. So we do have plans, and we are planning on moving forward on how to support this group of students, so they could achieve also the level that they deserve. We mentioned our Golden Bell. We talked a lot about our Golden Bell because we're very proud of this achievement. Our Golden Bell from the previous year, 24-25, our reclassification rates, the numbers are there. 300 students in 24-25. We are looking to having similar success this year, and that's our goal for upcoming school year. On my behalf, that's all, just an overview. I know I've talked a lot, and I know that there's a lot of information. I'll be happy to answer any questions in the future. Whenever you have further comments or questions, please feel free.
Mr. Ramos, so I know most of us, most of the schools, are all of them in orange color then? For English learner, English language arts, all of them are in orange color?
We're talking about the slide for CASP increases?
Yes.
No.
That should be what we should be focusing on, right? That we're proficient in English, language, and arts and math. That's the...
It was just, I'm sorry, to interrupt. That's just the formatting. It was just like one column was green and the other. So,
I thought...
And then you'll see the numbers that they increased. It was just the increase.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you are right. It does seem confusing.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, that raises a little bit more questions because what I thought that we were gonna see today was exactly what our levels, our proficient levels on each school. If we are below or above the standard, which I understood that yellow is the standard. So I thank you for your presentation, but I was looking forward to see that exactly if our students are proficient or not. I have the CAS app here on my phone, and I also can check and track all the points on each school, but I cannot do that right now for all of the schools. What I did saw is that for San Ysidro in general, we are below the standard, 36 points below the standard. We are in yellow, I think, as a whole district. So I think, it can be a lot of reasons. Attendance, of course, it seems that it's the most concerning one. But I think we should focus a lot on San Ysidro district as a district to be at least the standard and not below. So I think we should focus on that. We should, as a district, as principals, need to cooperate with each other and find more solutions so we can meet the standard for the whole district. I'm very happy that we're making increases. I see that all schools are making increases. That's great. But we need to reach that goal. I guess as a district, we need to have that goal. Every single one of us here in this district need to know that we need to do better so we can be on a standard level. And yeah, that's it. And thank you for all of the principals who have done an incredible job for increasing all these points. And I hope next year we can be in standard level. So that's it. But thank you so much. It was, your presentation was very informative with absenteeism and chronics and all those things, and very well put together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peraza, for your feedback. I just want to remind everyone here that this is a grade level standard test in the English language level. And for a school district that has 45% of English learners, it is a great accomplishment. Of course, we want to be higher and higher, but I can tell you that we are committed and we're focused on improvement. And the principals that you see here, they are collaborating, they are working very hard in conjunction with teachers and district office personnel. So we'll continue with that, and most definitely, our goal, like you mentioned, Ms. Peraza, is to continue to improve and not only be a standard, but be above. And one of our schools is already there, our Ocean View Hills, being honor roll. Congratulations, Ms. Mesa.
Most students are there. Well, a lot of, what's the number? More than 1,000? Yes, around. Yeah. So.
And the challenge is that when you see a number for a school, it doesn't really reflect what is behind that number and the subgroups and the challenges of second language and socioeconomics. And so there's a lot of factors, but I can assure you, day in and day out, on weekends, we have a tremendous staff of administrators who are working every day with the goal that you mentioned, and we'll keep at it. Thank you for your advice.
Thank you for your report. It's very clear for people who may not understand the dashboard. And just to have one red this year overall from the district, I think that says volumes. And then for people to understand that the detailed results of every student and the input that they have in terms of where we land with these colors, they are discussed in depth at the schools with, during the professional learning committees with the leadership of the principal. So everybody is aware, and there's always ideas and strategies that are, out there so that we can improve. Sometimes when I go, even just to Vaughn's this morning, there were so many kids with their parents, and the teacher had in me once to say, ¿Por qué no estás en la escuela? Like, I went to ask the parents, why is your kid looks happy, jumping around, and I think not everybody's homeschooling their kids. So we have to do a better job. I mean, it's when there's so many kids out there, at the malls and stuff during the daytime, I know they're not on break, because we usually all go on break at the same time. So thank you for your report, and to the teachers and the staff, and I remember this used to be released August 15th every year, and we would always just wait on the computer to see what the results were, and it was always very disheartening when they would say, the kids don't grow. We have high expectations, but we understand the curriculum is now more difficult than it was when I started teaching in 1981. And so it's important to know that with the times our children are being highly challenged. So we have highly, challenged kids who are doing really well, and the ones who are struggling, we're there for them. So thank you to all the principals. Your leadership is extremely important to how children perform in schools, and just your smile every day to let them know they're going to be okay, especially when they're nervous for a test, means so much to them. So I thank you and the staff for making this very understandable. So there are more details, but that's taken care of at the school site. So I thank you for the overall report.
Yes, and I also want to make a comment because it says demographics, socioeconomically disadvantaged. We have 56.2%. It has a lot to do, and it does. There's different reasons. Maybe not a mom and dad at home, or parents have to work, and that's really, and a lot of those kids are homeless. And I think that has another bearing on it, and we're judging things that we don't really see, or know, but it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of work, and I think we've done a good job. I think we've done an excellent job.
And Ocean View is showing it, Sunset does also. So I mean, the other schools are coming little by little, but it just takes a lot of more work, I know, more ideas. But I want to congratulate, because I think it's good, it makes me feel good, especially our English-speaking, non-English speaking children that are, it's hard for them. A lot of them are homeless too. So we don't see that in some homes, but there is a lot of children that, it's hard for them to come and not know the English language and struggle, So I want to commend you for the report and thank you for all the work that you put in bringing this to us, and I think it's real important, and thank all the staff that's worked so hard, in trying to make these goals and making them sure that we are improving, little by little, but we're making it. So thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you.
So now, we are on 15.2, and this is the 25-26 first interim financial report. And I think we have, no, we don't. Oh, yes, we do. Where are you, Marilyn? I didn't see you. Oh, I thought you were.
I snuck in.
No. I thought you were up here. I'm sorry.
Not too nice. Hi, good morning. Good morning. I haven't had dinner. We sleep here, we live here. Good evening, Board President Mrs. Lopez, members of the board, Mr. Bojorquez, and community. Tonight, the Business Department will present the 25-26 first interim financial report, which is from July 1st, 2025 through October 31st, 2025. The district is unfortunately submitting a negative budget certification to the San Diego County Office of Education. These are the planning factors that were incorporated into the first interim financial report. You can see here the very first row, we have the LCFF funded COLA. In this current year is 2.30%. Next year's estimated at 2.51%, and in 27-28, 3.42%. That's the information as of first interim, and all of those could change. Not the 25-26, but 26-27 and 27-28. It all depends on the amount of revenue that's collected at the state level. You have the pension rates, STRS and PERS. You can see PERS continues to increase. State unemployment insurance at 0.05%. The lottery rates for unrestricted and restricted. We do receive a small amount of mandated block grant for every district. And we are required to set aside 3% of operating expenditures for routine restricted maintenance, so for our maintenance department. Our general fund revenues are estimated at $81 million. The total general fund, 81 million, LCFF funds makes up about 73% of the general fund budget. Federal revenue, $4.4 million, and all of our title programs, titles 1, 2, 3, 4. Federal special ed grants resides under federal revenue. There are a lot of discussions about eliminating titles 2, 3, and 4 next year at the federal level, and possibly Title 1. But we'll know more when the federal government releases their budget or comes close to releasing their budget. State revenue.
Marilyn, one question about that. When is it that the federal budget gets published until October?
October. Their fiscal year is October through September, October 1st through September 30th, every year.
Okay, and last October, nothing happened? They didn't cut the titles that you're talking about?
They did not, but they did put out language of cutting titles 2, 3, and 4 in 26-27. And they did hold back many federal grants that weren't affected by our district, but other districts were affected by it.
Got it.
Yeah. And then we have local revenue at 4.6 million. Estimated or projected general fund expenditures at first interim, 82.5 million. And salary and benefits make up 75% of the general fund budget. So you can see salary and benefits make up the majority of our operating budget. This slide represents the 25-26 first interim multi-year projections. It is only on the unrestricted general fund, does not include restricted, because restricted general fund consists of grants and entitlements, so the revenue and expenditures match. So you can see here on line 5 for 25-26, we have a fund balance of $191,809. And then 26-27, you see a deficit amount of 2.2 million, which is on line 5. And then 27-28, the deficit, it's a structural deficit that continues to rise at about 4.5 million. So on 25-26.
I'm sorry, Marilyn, and why is it that we're negative?
We're in the negative because it's on a different slide.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it's
Continue, Marilyn, then we'll get to
okay.
that slide.
Okay. So in 25-26, we are short on meeting the reserve by about by 2,284,000. So that's qualified in this current fiscal year. We're not meeting the reserve. And then in 26-27, we are deficit spending and not meeting the reserve. So we have 4.9 million, so that's negative. And then the third year, we continue to deficit spend at 4.5 million and not meeting the reserve. So you add those two, line 5 and line 8, and that's a negative amount of 7.1 million. Line 6, we are required to set aside about $100,000 for our revolving cash fund. We will be required to approve or implement a 26-27 budget reduction plan of 4.8 million to resolve fiscal year 26-27 and 27-28. I wanted to show a 9-year comparison chart of our enrollment historical data. Beginning with school year 2017-2018, our enrollment was 4,731 students. And then in 25-26, we're at 4,148. So that's a decline of enrollment of 583 students. We did remain stable compared to last year. So we did gain 4 students compared to last year. So maybe that's a sign that more students are coming. So 583 is the size of one school and a revenue loss of about $8 million. So through the course of all those years. Sorry, our enrollment is stable. So hopefully that continues and our enrollment increases because every child is worth $15,000. The preschool enrollment, this is a 4-year comparison. I just wanted to share this information with the board and the community. In 22-23, we had 281 preschool students. And in this current fiscal year, we have about 147. We lost about 134 students, but I believe that's because most of those students went to TK, which is a plus for the district because every TK student is $20,000. So that helps with the general fund. So here are some of the issues that are impacting our budget. So this is the slide. The COLA is way too low. And our ADA has been pretty consistent. If the ADA increases, then our revenue increases. So it's been very stable, our ADA, where I think we're at 92% ADA, and in the past, we've been anywhere from 94 to 95%. So our ADA has declined. The loss in enrollment, our special education costs continues to rise. In this current fiscal year, we estimate $15.5 million for special ed, which is about 20% of our operating budget. With general fund contribution, $10.5 million for special ed, and the special ed ADA generates about $3.6 million. We do see an increase. We've experienced an increase in special education costs anywhere from $5,000 to $1 million per year.
What exactly is that particular cost, if you can break it down?
The agency costs, non-public schools, all the services that the children's.
So everything's gone up?
Everything's gone up, yeah. Every year it goes up.
An additional note, Mr. Martinez, is we got an increase of about 70 to 80 specialist students so far this year.
Yes, that's correct.
Hello, okay. And it's also because we have had more increase in special ed students.
Yes.
So we need to.
Yeah, that's why every year.
Equivalent.
Yeah, we increase the budget, because the enrollment is increasing for special ed.
Okay.
Yeah. We've seen an increase in complaints, so increase in the legal and staff costs of about $500,000 per year. Reclassification, anywhere from $230,000 to $320,000 every year from the last 3 years. And then the expiration of one-time funds of about $1.6 million.
When you say increase in complaints, what does that mean? How many?
We have about 300 complaints
Last year,
from last year.
but this year we're around 60, 70 complaints.
From last year to this year is about 300 total?
No, last year alone, we had over 300.
And how many of them have been frivolous?
I don't have a percentage to give you, but I can tell you many of them have. Their resolutions have been.
I'd like us to revisit that because it's important for various reasons. One, if out of the 300, 400 complaints that we've received and 95% of them are frivolous, then that's a big problem because essentially we're just wasting our money away on things that don't matter. And not just as it costs money, it also costs time, and it costs, in my opinion, a lot of heartache for a lot of staff who have to answer that when they're frivolous. So I'd like us to revisit that, Mr. Borges, and look at options in the future, because that's $500,000 that we're spending on nothing, when in reality we could have that for other things, and that reduces our budget deficit. In fact, I'd wager to say that given the budget deficit with the budget reduction plan is around 900 something, right?
Right, that's correct.
That if that didn't exist, then it wouldn't be as much. So
correct.
I think that's very important that we address that directly.
I have a lot of ideas already.
You know, we should bill those people if it's frivolous, they're a complaint. If it's frivolous, just make it a point. If you make the complaint it's frivolous, you'll be charged the amount.
What a great idea.
Yeah, why not?
That's not lawful.
Well, let's look at the options regarding, truthfully, what we can do to deal with that. Because ultimately, like I said, if the percentage is significant, which I believe it is, and we have 95% out of the 500 or 400 complaints that we have, then that's a big problem, and that's an abuse of the system, the complaint system. So in my opinion, we gotta deal with that. So
It's an issue of legal responsibility to follow up on them, and I got your point, Mr. Martinez, thank you.
Yeah, I have many ideas of that, like maybe using just one attorney, not so many, on one complaint. There's many ways.
I think one issue is don't file frivolous complaints.
Right.
That would be the main easy
Oh,
solution.
yeah, maybe
That would
parents didn't have any serious complaints about the concerns of the students, maybe everything could be down.
And I think there's also procedures and policies that tell them how they should go about it. And that's another thing. If they don't want to do it, then that's frivolous to me. As a parent, I would want to know what I can legally do and say without costing to the district money that they could have done it themselves by reading. And follow the procedure what they're there for.
Well, these are,
We don't know.
it should be.
Yeah, we have followed the guidelines established by the Department of Education, and Dr. Potter has always been very careful to protect the rights of individuals. Nonetheless, that has caused a cost, right? There's a cost associated with it. So we take every complaint very seriously, and follow procedures and protocols. And Mr. Martinez will revisit that.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
And just want, so that those 500,000 were those from last year or this one? Or both?
They're both. It's a combination.
It's a combination of
Yeah.
both years?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, last year and
So
up to now.
from 2024 to 2026 year cycle?
Yes, until today, year to date.
So 2 years,
Yeah.
okay. Well, they're going down. That's good. Way down.
So this slide represents the estimated budget reduction plan. The first half is related to the general fund. It's a $4.8 million budget reduction plan. So next year will be really tight. We have a spending freeze of $500,000, limiting overtime and extra hours, $200,000. A shift in expenditures from general fund to restricted funds, so unrestricted expenditures to restricted funds, a little bit over 1.2 million. Declining enrollment layoffs and or special program reductions, a little bit over 1.27 million. Layoff vacant positions through natural attrition in 26-27 and a hiring freeze of about 600,000. So as of right now, we have a total budget reduction of 3,853,860. And we are short and still need 946,140. By second interim, we must resolve the negative amount of 946,000 so that we can no longer be negative and fall into qualified status. This next, the next chart is the potential loss in federal funding. So that's a total of 4.4 million. You see Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and the National School Lunch Program. And we're currently running a community eligibility program known as CEP, and that generates about 2.6 million to our district. If that program goes away, then we revert back to the meal application procedure, where the students will fall under free, reduced, or paid lunch. The very last row is the budget reduction for child nutrition of $360,000. This chart is the budget development timeline for 26-27. So tonight's the first interim report. In January, a group of us will attend the governor's state proposed budget. Hopefully we hear some good news. February is 26-27 projected enrollment and staffing, and a possible layoff resolution part 1. In March is possible layoff resolution part 2, and then the second interim financial report. April, final layoff resolutions, MP2 attendance, LCAP, annual review and public hearing in May. And a group of us will attend the governor's May revise, and we'll have a look at more close final numbers for the 26-27 state budget. And then in June, public and proposed public hearings, proposed budget and proposed LCAP, and the 26-27 budget adoption.
And then in October, the federal final budget, right?
Yes, in the federal, yes. This is for our district budget development timeline.
Okay.
Yes, federal budget is in October. End of September, October.
That's if the budget is passed.
Right. You could do what you did this year. Any questions?
Yeah, so I am very concerned about the layoffs that we're gonna have. And I was wondering if we're gonna have teacher layoffs and special education layoffs, including the freeze positions. Are the freeze positions, that also includes teachers?
The teacher layoffs is due to, we do a projected enrollment. So it's based on that, and that's where we see if we need to decline.
But for next year, it's actually going up, right?
We always are conservative, and we always project anywhere from 1.5 to 2% in a decline of enrollment.
Okay, yeah, so then there will probably be no need to lay off any teacher, maybe the opposite. So I'm just concerned about that, and I know you guys have spent so many time in these ideas for finding ways to not be in a negative number, and I know we still are, but it's way better than 4.8. But I'm just afraid that if something goes wrong and we don't meet that amount where we need to comply, and we're already in a negative budget, then yeah, so I guess returning to my other question, why are we not meeting the reserve? I mean, why is it that why is the difference of $2,237,000?
It's the items on the slide that says top issues. It's the increase in special ed, the one-time expiration of funds. It's that slide.
Ms. Evans, if I may, the reduction is suggested is 4.8 million. That's what we need to deduct projected right now, based on the information that we have?
Yes.
For next year?
That's correct. Yes, we will need to implement a $4.8 million by second interim. If we are not able to do that, then it triggers FICMAT, and then, they come into our district, and we don't want that to happen.
So what Ms. Adrian presented is a budget reduction plan of 3.8, and we're gonna continue working to bring it up to 4.8, which we're still $946,000 at minimum to reach that budget reduction plan.
And then when it says reclassifications, that's for our agreements with staff and teachers?
Yes, it is with staff.
Okay. So it's a summary of 800,000 plus 230,000
800,000 is the 3-year total. For the last 3 years, it has been a range of 230,000 to 320,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the agreements, that's for both, I guess, for both agreements, it's a number of $800,000, right?
Yes, the total of 3 years.
But no, the agreements are not the negotiations that take place with SYA and CSEA with regards to the CBA, which is the contractual agreement. What the reclassification is a process by which the duties and responsibilities are reevaluated based on the position.
Oh.
And that's a process that is stipulated through the contractual agreement.
Okay, so none of those, so that is not here, the agreements?
The negotiations.
The negotiations that we are gonna spend on that is not here?
No, it is built into the first interim report. It's not listed on slide 6, but it is built into the first interim financial report.
And how much will that be total? Here is 1.6 million.
For the one that's going tonight?
Well,
that's included in the
The
agenda?
top issues, why we're low, it says only 1.6 million, but in total, we are 4.8 negative, right?
Line 6 is 1.6 million is only for that expiration of one-time funds. It's not the total.
These are funds that are no longer coming in. They are not connected to the negotiations with both of the unions.
Okay, so not the negotiation is not here in this presentation?
It's not in this number 6, but
Okay.
it's built into the
It's in
entire.
the budget, but it's not in this slide.
That's correct. It's built into the budget and not on this slide.
But not on this presentation?
It is built into the presentation.
Where? Because, I mean, it is here.
It's built on the actual total.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah.
But you have to look at your bigger book, what's interim, and that has the details. This is just a summary.
Okay.
So it's built into the
expenditures.
Actual, this is just a summary.
Yes.
For the sake of presentation.
Okay, well.
And it's
Should it
built,
be here?
it's built into the total expenditures, this chart, slide 4.
Okay, okay, so I guess it's here.
Yes, it's built
Okay.
into there.
So it's, the yellow and the orange, right?
And the green.
And the green. Oh, so that's the majority.
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm not great at that, so I'm taking off my calculator. So certified salaries, 27 million. This is for only this year, okay? Plus classified salary, 13. 570. Plus benefits, 20,837,102. That's a total of 62,385,132 American dollars. Okay, that's what we're spending on next year, right? Well, on
this year.
On this year
Yes.
for staff and teachers. Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Peraza, let's move on. If you,
Yeah,
let her know.
I just think it's important to have this very present. That's it.
Okay, we're going on to the next, and I know that if you have other questions, something you can write and let
Yes.
Brenda know, and then she can actually, she's got the brain, she's got the ability to do the budget. I mean, it's not easy. So we need to go on.
Yeah.
So
We are
we're going
getting
on
it.
to,
It's very-
Well, the
This is a
reasons
very
are already
serious
stated there,
issue.
so study them a little bit more. Thank you, Marilyn. You're welcome.
So we're now on,
Mr. Bojorquez,
16,
I'm
general
sorry.
administration.
One question, just very quick. Can this presentation be public, like in the minutes for next, for where it has to be? Or is it gonna be public?
My understanding is public.
It's public now. This is a public board meeting.
No, I mean the presentation.
Sure, I think we can put it on the website. We always
Yeah.
do.
It's not, I mean, it's not in the agenda, that's why. In the hyperlinks, it's not there. That's why
We'll work
I'm
on that,
asking.
Ms. Peraza.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're on 16, general administration. 16.1 minutes, approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of October 16, 2025.
So moved.
I second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
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 I motion to have the location of the meetings no more than 2 places because it's confusing.
Are you on 16.1 or are you on 16.2?
It's two different.
Yeah.
Oh, we're not 16.2?
No.
Where are we?
16.1?
Oh, yes,
The
okay.
minutes.
Sorry.
So I'm asking for a vote?
Aye.
Aye, second.
Okay.
Aye. Oh,
No, because,
We don't need to give reasons, you just vote.
no, but I want to say it, no, because under the minutes, on the record of public comment and myself, it's amazing how I only have 1 paragraph on the record, while everybody has like at least 5. I mean, you have heard me, I have speak a lot, so if there's more specific things to the minutes, I might say yes and vote yes in the future.
all right. Thank you. So it did pass 3-1 no, okay? 16.2 is date, time, and place of governing board meeting.
So moved.
I second.
Okay, now I motion to have it in no more than 2 places because it's confusing to the community and to parents. And every time they're asking me, where is it gonna be? Where is it gonna be? And then people get confused and then they go to another place. And I know that our district office is not so big, so maybe when it's not instructional seasons, we can have it there, and maybe the other days we can have it here.
We have
Since it's a
7
big-
schools.
So
It's a big
formally,
space.
if I may, formally, Ms. Peraza has
Uh-huh.
made an amendment to my motion, which she can do. Now, in order for us to vote on that amendment, she would need a second. So in order for us to continue and even have a discussion on that, we have to have a second. So, Mrs. Lopez? if you
And
could
no
ask-
other district does this, that's why.
Okay, may I have a vote, please?
No, you would ask
Or
for
second?
a second for
Mrs.
Mrs.
for
Trustee
your
Peraza's
amendment.
amendment.
2 places, that's it. Okay.
So no second.
second.
Therefore, we vote on my initial motion, which is to approve the regular meeting based off of the schedule.
And I also want to make
I
a note.
second.
We already did that, so.
No, but I want to make a note to put it on record. I mean, I
It is
will.
on record.
No, but this is a different thing. If we can avoid on the future to have it on the same day and week of the DLAC and ELAC and school site council meetings, that will be very helpful for parents who might want to come to both, and they can't because they have to choose. So I will appreciate if we can have DLAC, ELAC, and school site councils meetings at least 1 week prior, before or after the board meetings. And that's a note that I want to put on record. Thank you.
Noted. Now we can vote on it.
I need your vote.
Aye.
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 No.
3-1. No. Thank you. We're now on 16.3, first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations,
and exhibits, 600 series.
6,000 series. I'll make the motion, Madam President.
And I second.
I want to,
I need a vote.
No, she can, this is, it's, after we made a motion second, we
She
can
can
have
make it.
discussion.
okay,
This is 16.3.
yes. So I would like to motion to have different proposals for this policy, specifically to this one, which is Regulation 6142.1, Sexual Health and HIV/AIDS Prevention Instruction Status. So I would like to ask the board to reflect on.
So you made, is that your amendment, Madam, Mrs. Barraza?
No, but I think you guys need to hear a little bit.
No, technically, the way it works is this, is you would make a motion, and then if there's a second, then you can have discussion. So, you made your motion, which is to amend, and the minutes will reflect that, to amend the first reading of this board policy, 6,000 series. If there's a second to your amended motion, then we would have that discussion, you can explain.
Okay.
So then, let's see, Madam President, is there a second to Trustee Barraza's
proposal, but I haven't made the amendment.
Okay,
for the proposal.
what's the amendment?
Okay, so I don't think you guys can follow up because we don't have a printed policy, but I want to make an addition to point 9 as the subsection A, where point 9 states instruction on pregnancy shall include an objective discussion of all legally available pregnancy outcomes, including but not limited to. So what I want to propose is on adding the following on letter A, to emphasize the importance of absenteeism before introducing any further instruction. And also, since it is required to use the FDA-approved models, I propose that the district use only the FDA-approved instructional model for teaching these topics, as it provides clear medical-based information without overlapping.
We don't need an explanation, you could just make your changes, and then we can go from there.
And then 3, to exclude any brand names. So I propose to adding the language that explicitly states instruction shall exclude any brand name products within the curriculum. So.
Okay. So
Do
we
I have a second?
Yep.
So
Then we vote on it.
we're selling products with this instruction.
We can vote on it.
It's all.
Let's go.
I just want,
Aye.
look, what is your vote? We
Now,
have.
we can't do explanations here. I mean, we had an opportunity to listen to your amendment. That wasn't seconded. We have to follow protocol.
Okay,
So-
but we are promoting
But
brands.
that's an
We're
explanation.
promoting brands for birth control. We're promoting brands.
Let's
We're
vote
telling
on it.
our kids, use this Plan B brand Ella. Plan B
Madam
wants
President, let's
that.
vote on this.
Okay,
already
we
voted
need to
yes.
vote on this.
So I voted yes. Ms. Rosati voted yes. You voted yes.
Yes.
Ms. Barraza, what's your vote?
No.
Okay, great. 3-1. 16.4.
Okay, now we're on 16.4, Williams Settlement. Fines for 25-26 site visits. Information only.
So that's Mr. Borges. I don't have any questions or guidance. I don't know if you have a presentation or a.
No, it's just a report that it came with the information in the agenda item.
Great.
Okay. So now we're on 16.5. AB 1200 and collective bargaining tentative agreement with the San Ysidro Education Association.
So moved.
I second.
Any discussion?
Okay,
Yeah, I move to table this item in the agenda to the next board meeting in order to allow more negotiations. Because it does applies for a lot of budget reductions. And that's why I was asking so many questions. And
So you have an amendment to the motion. Madam President, let's ask for a second.
yes, just to continue to talk about it since we're gonna be negative
We need to ask for a
the
second.
next 2 years in our budget and
We
we
need a
think we
second
can be
in order.
bankrupt,
we
basically.
need to, a second in order to discuss or do anything else. Do we have a second? Okay, so we made a motion and a second. I need your vote.
Aye.
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 I abstain my vote.
That's why they were
Motion
here to
passes.
let us know that they already voted on it and accepted it,
So,
so.
motion passes.
Okay, the motion does pass. So we're now on 16.6. Appoint members to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee for measures KKLL and MM.
So moved.
I second.
May I have your vote?
No discussion, okay. Aye.
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 Aye. Passes 4-0. Okay, passes 16.7. Annual and 5-year developer fee reports.
So moved.
I second.
Ines, Rosario, I need your vote.
Aye.
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 I have questions.
Oh, so we have discussion there. So
Okay.
just emphasizing to the whole team here, if a second is made, you can have that discussion, just make it clear before we vote. So we'll set that in terms of protocol,
Okay.
Madam President, that we'll have
Okay.
discussion after a second. So go ahead and ask your question, Trustee Barasa.
Yes, so this is regarding our Melrose, correct? And,
Ms. Adrian.
okay. I know you guys wanna go?
This is Justin from Key Analytics.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we prepared the report on behalf of the school district. And if your question was, is this the Melrose tax money? This is not. This is a different pot of money for developer fees. It's similar to a Melrose district, but a developer fee is paid by every developer coming in for residential and or commercial development within the school district. And those are the fees they pay. And this is a report that is reflecting the uses of those funds by the school district.
Okay. And I was reading through the report and I see that we spent $983,000 on the Ocean Bay Hills School relocatable project, I think it's called.
Yes.
So, but I was curious because in the report doesn't tell us like how many relocatable classrooms we added, and where, if they're in use. I'm not sure if it was this year. Do we have?
Yeah, we added two relocatables and they are in use.
Yeah.
At OVH.
Okay, yeah, because it's very general, but it doesn't have the details, so I was wondering about that. I see something that was actually pretty new to me. So we're creating like a plan, and we are like saving money or something for like 8.95 million for a future school or something, if I understood correctly.
So developer fees have restrictions on them. They can only be used to mitigate the impact of development from new residential and or commercial projects within the school district. So those monies have to be utilized for capital facility projects, for growth projects. And as of right now, there's a plan of about approximately 13,000 units in the Otay Mesa area. So we're going to hold that money back in case there's a school needed at that time So we'll have some, at least the beginning of some funding available to fund the school.
But this is not specific, I understood that we can take money from that, developer fees that is available, but this is not specific to a future school or anything like that?
No, it's all in the planning stages right now. As the units start coming online, we'll have a better idea of what the enrollment will be from those units and the timing of when a new school would be needed.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you.
Can we have a vote?
Aye.
So now we are on 16.8, resolution number 25260031 to identify the amount of budget reductions needed for 26-27.
So moved.
I second.
May I have a vote?
We have any discussion?
No.
Okay. Then we can vote. Aye.
Aye.
16.9, first interim financial report 25-26.
So moved.
I second.
Discussion?
Any discussion?
No.
May I have your vote?
Aye.
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 Abstain my vote.
So it's
Okay. Passes 3.
passes 3-0 abstention.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're on 17, consent calendar.
Before we start, Madam President, we do have 2 requests to communicate to the board. The first one is regarding, it's Karina Robles with item 7B.1, 7B.2, oh, excuse me, 17, been a long night, sorry, 17B as in boy .1, 17B.2, and 17B.3.
I think I will try to summarize all three. Yes. Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Burciaga, teachers and staff, and parents of this district. As a parent, I want to express my strong opposition to item 17B, the approval and ratification of multiple temporary classroom teachers, substitute permanent teachers, and additional substitute teachers. Our children deserve better than an endless list of teachers who come and go. Stability for our children matters. Continuity matters. Decades of educational research show that high teacher turnover and excessive reliance on substitutes disrupt learning, lower academic performance, and widen achievement gaps. When students don't know who will be teaching them from week to week or even day to day, they lose valuable instructional time. They struggle to build trusting relationships and fall behind in mastering essential skills. This is especially harmful in specialized programs like music and visual and performing arts, BABA, in preschool and in elementary schools where continuity and relationship building are fundamental to growth. Yet, instead of investing in permanent, fully credentialed teachers who can provide that stability year after year, the district continues to patch the holes with temporary and ineffective solutions. We always hear about budget struggles when it comes to hiring and retaining qualified permanent staff, but somehow there's money to spend on attorneys, and there are $75,000 available for a new contract with local police to protect them from the parents and people who come to make comments. The best investment is in stable classrooms led by committed permanent teachers who know their students, build strong relationships, and create environments where behavioral issues are prevented. Permanent teachers reduce disruptions before they escalate. They are the front line of both learning and safety. Our children are not temporary. Their education should not be treated as a temporary patch. Approving more temporary and substitute positions while spending on attorneys and police contracts instead of on permanent hires sends a clear message about this district's priorities, and it is unacceptable and disappointing. I ask you to think of our children and reject item 17B or arrive at a better solution. Redirect resources toward recruiting and retaining permanent qualified teachers our students need and deserve. Invest in stability, not substitutes. Invest in educators, not in attorneys or unnecessary policing of adults. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Roxanne Palestino, 17C.1.
Good evening. I want to say this with respect. I believe Ms. Quesada will do a great job as interim principal at La Mirada. She's shown her professionalism and she stepped up during this moment when La Mirada needed a principal. And this isn't about questioning her capabilities. Mosqueda. What did I say?
Quesada.
Oh, I don't know why I said that. Sorry, Ms. Mosqueda, with that Z. So this isn't about questioning her capability, but she is still an interim principal. And as parents, we want the principal position to officially open so that our school can begin the next school year with permanent leadership in place. La Mirada has been through 2 principals and through, I guess, 2 interim principals since last school year. And our kids have had to adjust to new principals repeatedly. Our teachers have also had to rebuild trust over and over, and our families are tired of not knowing what the long-term plan is. If we want stability, real stability, then we need a transparent hiring process and a principal who is committed to staying long-term. I hope this district keeps this in mind. We're hoping whoever gets chosen for La Mirada has the background in SPED and maybe credentials in that. Because we're a school with a large special education population and we need someone who understands our students' needs, who understands behavior, who understands support systems, and who can lead a school like ours with the right training and background. Simply asking, please open the principal position so that La Mirada can enter the next school year with stability, clarity, and a leader who fits the needs of our students, staff, and families, including strong experience in special education. We appreciate Ms. Mosqueda, but our children deserve long-term leadership. Buenas noches, quiero hablar sobre el liderazgo en nuestra escuela. Quiero decir esto con respeto, de verdad creo que la señora Mosqueda hará un excelente trabajo, es profesional y entró a apoyar en un momento en el que La Mirada lo necesitaba. No se trata de dudar de su capacidad, pero sigue siendo una directora interina. Y como padres, queremos que la posición de directora se abra oficialmente para poder comenzar el próximo año escolar con un liderazgo permanente. La Mirada ha pasado por 2 directores y 2 interim principals desde el año pasado. Nuestros hijos han tenido que ajustarse a nuevos directores varias veces. Nuestros maestros han tenido que reconstruir confianza una y otra vez. Y nuestras familias ya están cansadas de no saber cuál es el plan a largo plazo. Si queremos estabilidad, necesitamos un proceso transparente y una directora o director comprometido a permanecer a largo plazo. Nos gustaría una director o directora con credenciales y experiencia en educación especial. Sabemos que es primordial. Mr. Quintana hizo muy buen trabajo, un poquito tiempo que estuvo ahí. Pienso que mucho de eso tiene que ver por la experiencia. Igual Ms. Mesta en Ocean View tiene esa experiencia y ya ven qué bien está la Ocean View Hills.
Thank you. So now we have
217, and Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar. Yeah, and I was gonna make it with my motion. Yeah, so just letting everybody know that before we started this meeting, I made a motion which passed unanimously to pull 17D as in David point 7, so that's not on the agenda. But I'm making a motion to approve the consent calendar aside from that.
I second.
Okay, do we have any polls?
Yeah,
Okay.
okay. Sorry. Okay, yeah, 17B.3. Mm. 17D point. 17D.7.
That was already pulled, that's not on the agenda.
Oh, that's the one.
And you voted on it.
Okay. 17D.8. And 17D.16.
So there's 3 pulls from trustee Barasa. 17B as in boy, .3, 17D.8, and 17D.16. So I'll amend my motion, Madam President, to exclude the pulls from trustee Barasa, but to approve the rest of the consent calendar.
Okay, the motion, is a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So now we go to
17B.3. I'll make a motion, Madam President, to approve the substitute teachers on that list.
I second.
motion carried. Second?
All right, this is your pull, Ms. Barasa.
Yeah, I would like to see it simple. I would like to see more teachers instead of substitute teachers. And that's it.
Okay, all those in favor? Madam President, please call the vote.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Passes.
Okay, what's missing?
No,
Ms. Barasa?
no.
Okay, so passes 3-1.
Okay. Now we go on to 17D.8.
I'll make a motion, Madam President, with the agreement, to approve the agreement with Davy Architecture Incorporated for the district office asphalt repair and resurfacing project.
I second.
Okay, for discussion, I just want to say, it's not that I don't want this fixed, I would love to, but I think that we should, now that we're facing a very big budget reduction, we should start reducing maybe projects that are not as big priorities as others. So that's the only reason why I'm saying I'm voting no to this.
Just to clarify, this is not coming from the general fund, correct? Correct. This is coming from categorical funding based off of the bond measures that we passed, am I right?
No.
Okay.
No, this is even, can I?
Yeah, go for it. That way there's no more misinformation.
Thank you, members of the board. This is actually even more restrictive than that. This is a one-time fund called the Redevelopment Agency funds. And so we're using that, and this cannot be used for the budget reduction with this, which is the general fund.
And what else, I mean, what can we do with that fund?
The Redevelopment Agency?
What else can we do with that? I mean,
You cannot-
or what does it apply?
Yeah, I'm not the expert in that area, so.
Redevelopment agency funds can only be used for deferred maintenance or construction-related projects. So like asphalt is considered a deferred maintenance project because we have to repair our asphalt. So it's more like construction facilities related type of expenditures.
Okay, and there hasn't been any other thing that you think it has more priority, maybe that it's more needed in schools, maybe?
Well, we have several competing priorities. This is one, as I put in the board highlights pictures, where we have maybe 5-10 feet wide holes in our district yards, maybe about 2.5 feet deep. Our buses can't get out for transportation. Our maintenance vehicles, our grounds vehicles can't get out to serve the schools because the asphalt has essentially caved in and given way. So we're getting around that with some timber repair. But we don't know how long that's going to keep up, so we need to replace that asphalt in order for our district to operate and continue serving kids.
And there's no other type of parking for the buses, or it
No.
has to be there?
Yeah, we only have one maintenance yard where we keep all of our vehicles, including the buses, and those buses are quite heavy, which is one of the reasons why, if you look, and I invite anyone, members of the board, to go and look, which is why that asphalt is caving in.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And if you think there's some misinformation, board member.
Because I think what would happen is we approve this without clarity. Then there'd be a couple of Facebook posts saying that we approved $45,000 on asphalt, when in reality, that's coming from categorical funding. It needs to be clear. That's
So
what
you
trans-
think
that's what
there will
transparency
be
is.
a
Oh, I can
misinformation?
guarantee it. I can
Oh,
guarantee
you
it.
can guarantee it?
Yeah.
There
Okay,
were
well,
emails
then
sent
don't
prior
speak
to
for the
this
future.
Yeah.
It's what we're
Pre-harassment.
talking about right now.
It's, yeah, let's just continue. So I'm prepared to vote on this.
Okay, I need a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye?
I'll abstain my vote.
Okay, so that brings it to 17D, 16.
Madam President, I'll make a motion to approve the amendment number 2 to the BDK agreement.
Yeah.
Oh, we need a second.
I
before we have
second.
discussion. All right. It's your pool.
Yeah, so this is for Mr. Sanchez to continue to be your legal counsel or for a different one? A different,
Marilyn, this is your,
okay.
Is this the VA? Oh, this is so that the pension attorney can continue assisting the district with the CalSTRS audit. The attorney's almost done since last year.
Okay, so I was asking if it was Mr. Sanchez because his name is here. So I don't know, I don't see the new attorney's name or the one that we're about to approve. And,
Can I say her? Can I say her name?
And my question was why is it that Mr. Sanchez cannot provide this service?
She's it's a specialty, yeah.
Okay.
You want me to answer?
Sure.
My partner, Isabel Safi, is probably one of the premier pension attorneys, and she also has a consultant that works with her. The consultant is not an attorney, but he worked for CalPERS for many years and provides an invaluable service during audits like this for firms. It's not something I specialize in. It's at a lower rate than me as well, and it's not in our contract. It's not something that we provide normally, but because there's an audit, we wanted to add that to the contract for the time being, and that's why we're continuing to do that.
Okay, and are we gonna bring her in every time there's a matter of retirement, I think you said, and all that, its relationship with this, or only when we need an audit or when we need something more specific?
We have a very broad contract with you. We have, hundreds of attorneys that do lots of different things. And so by way of general counsel, any of our attorneys are available for the contract. This is not an attorney, and our original contract did not have pension consultant as an item in the agreement, and that's why we needed to amend it to add the pension consultant.
Okay, so we will pay as she provides services?
Correct.
Okay, well, again, it's because I'm worried that we're already paying several attorneys in our district. That's not cheap either.
Thank you for clarifying, Joey. I just have to say that we thank you for your guidance. You are an exceptional lawyer. Having been here for so many years, many lawyers came into this district to take our money. So thank you for always being, very, very genuine and really caring for our district along with your firm, Mr. TC and Amy. Thank you very much. And that's a very small number of attorneys compared to years ago when we had more than 20.
And I'm sorry, I do have another question. How did we did this before with a specialized, someone who specialized on this? How did we do it before? And why are we doing, is this to renew something or?
I think, Marilyn, that's your question.
Sorry. Last one.
And then afterwards, I'll call you back up, Marilyn.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
How did we handle these situations before? Or is this a totally new contract?
The CalSTRS audit is brand new. They just started the audit amongst all sorts of school districts. So
This is like statewide or?
Yes, it's through the CalSTRS department. Yeah, for the teacher's pension.
Okay, and if we don't contract her, then we're not in compliance?
Correct, we have to correct the audit. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, may I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Passes 4-0.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn and wish everyone a happy holiday season at 9:47 PM.
May I have a second?
I second,
All in favor?
before 10.
Aye, yes, thank you.
We need one more vote from Ms. Barasa.
Oh, yes, aye.
Aye.
It's 4-0.
4-0.
All right.
Thank you.